Chapter 8:18. However, Li Qingshan was different. He had achieved success as a young man, earning the name of the Wild King in his 30s. Now that he had been sealed up, how could his mind not be affected? He would definitely become restless, which would affect his cultivation. And, if he could not hold himself back anymore and dared to come out and fight him, that would be even better. He was confident he only needed a single move to claim his life. The myriad poison ancestor had a plan, so he was in no hurry. He sat on the cloud firmly, like a mountain that weighed down on the sky above Savage Mountain. On this day, clouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, pitch black like ink, weighing down heavily. Thunder rumbled as drizzle drifted with the wind. A storm was about to arrive. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and raised his head. He could not see the myriad poison ancestor, but he could clearly sense that he was still there. It's about time. During this month, he had spent the entire time cultivating in the Azura field, focusing on the demon suppression statuary. He allowed the viciousness of the tiger demon to surge before converting it into the power of the demon heart, gradually diluting the spiritual qi in the ocean pearl. His demonic qi became purer and purer, vaguely yearning for a battle. "I'll watch over you." Little An stood beside Li Qingshan. His clear eyes scanned through the clouds. Li Qingshan planned to temper the tiger demon's fighting spirit in this battle. The chances of him killing the myriad poison ancestor were extremely slim, so there was no need for Little An to take action and expose his trump cards. However, since Little An was watching over him, he obviously had to wait for that tiny chance to appear. With a clang, Li Qingshan immediately demonified. His body was covered in armor, and his appearance underwent many minute changes. He became a little more blood red, and he became even more vicious. With a boom, the rock beneath Li Qingshan's feet collapsed, scattering in all directions. He had already burst out of the clouds, appearing 5 kilometers away. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and green light flashed through them. He was pleasantly surprised, but it immediately turned vicious. "You really are still young, unable to keep your composure. Allow me to personally crush a genius like you." He stood up resolutely. His green robes ruffled in the fierce wind. His 2 skinny hands danced within his wide sleeves, and the rolling poison gas condensed into a ball of poison wrapped in lightning. Thunder pearl of myriad poisons. Li Qingshan was flying through the clouds, avoiding a purple snake-like thunderbolt. Far and near, the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Suddenly, danger loomed over them. A green light descended from the sky, penetrating through the dark clouds, growing brighter and brighter. Boom! A huge hole was blasted open in the thick layer of clouds. Layers upon layers of clouds spread out like the tide. However, the sun still couldn't be seen. The sky was filled with even thicker green clouds. Under the green clouds, the pitch-black demon suppressing tower was in tatters, on the verge of collapse. Li Qingshan summoned the Devil Suppression Pagoda at the critical moment and blocked the attack head-on. As expected of a third heavenly tribulation great cultivator. "You're quite powerful." The single eye on his forehead lit up, and a streak of light shot out. Through the green cloud, he saw the myriad poison ancestor sitting on the jade throne. The throne wriggled slightly like jelly. The monsters engraved on it seemed to come alive, opening their mouths together and spitting out thousands of lightning pearls of myriad poison endlessly. They all rained down. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled, and he flew up against the wind. With a rattle, 100 chains of demon suppression extended, ripping through the air and lashing out like whips. Boom! 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 The lightning pearls of myriad poison all exploded, and the sky became a terrifying region of lightning. The shockwaves swept across 50 kilometers. Li Qingshan suddenly rushed out of the lightning region. His armor was covered in scars from the lightning strikes, but it forcefully blocked them all. He dove into the green cloud again. Even with the protection of the demon qi, his ears were immediately filled with the sizzling sound of the poison corroding away. Some of the edges and corners were directly ground away, as if they would be completely corroded away if he remained in the poisonous cloud for just a moment longer. Li Qingshan was fearless. The myriad poison ancestor was right in front of him. He swung his right hand backwards, and the demon dragon sword appeared in his hand. Kill! The sword was like a dragon, directly aimed at the myriad poison ancestor's forehead. However, the myriad poison ancestor smiled viciously. A green membrane rose up from the jade throne like a soap bubble, blocking the demon dragon sword. Li Qingshan silently clenched his left hand into a fist. This fatal strike filled with awe-inspiring sword intent was only a probe. As long as he threw the punch at the myriad poison ancestor's old face, he still had a chance. In that moment, little Anne's figure vaguely appeared above the poisonous cloud. Her seaweed-like hair drifted, but her clear eyes had already become an almost transparent white flame. The Buddha-slaying sword was in her hand too. But suddenly, a sense of danger rose up in her heart. Before she knew it, the myriad poison ancestor had held a green, poisonous tumor in his hand, nurturing it silently for quite some time. It was the protective treasure of the myriad poison cult. It shot out with a streak of pale green light. Li Qingshan blocked it with his sword, but he did not feel any resistance at all. However, the demon dragon sword produced a sorrowful cry. The green light dyed the edge of the sword and passed through the hilt, dyeing his right hand. Immediately, the armor on his right hand shattered, and his right arm went numb, spreading towards his body inch by inch. With a clang, the demon dragon sword shattered, dispersing into thousands of pieces. Li Qingshan could clearly sense that if it were not for the fact that he practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, which made his body as tough as a demon king's, he would have been smashed to pieces. Die! Seeing how Li Qingshan was actually unscathed, the myriad poison ancestor was taken aback. He leapt to his feet and swung his hand, throwing a palm strike towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for? Cold light flashed through his eyes, and a wisp of fire-like hair emerged from behind the armor. He let out a deafening moo, and the figure of the ox demon appeared behind him, heading towards the myriad poison ancestor. He had thrown a punch. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly felt uneasy, but he was unable to figure out what had gone wrong. With Li Qingshan's cultivation, he had a 30% chance of surviving if he fled, but clashing head-on with him was clearly courting death. It was already too late for him to change his move now. The fist and palm collided. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Li Qingshan's fist rapidly corroded, revealing the bones in the blink of an eye. Its flickering metallic luster dimmed from the corrosion as well. However, as the poison flowed, he smiled. However, the myriad poison ancestor was in disbelief. His skinny arm rapidly twisted and deformed, exploding into a mist of blood with a bang like a piece of wood that had been snapped. He was a great cultivator of the third heavenly tribulation, but he was not particularly powerful. Against Li Qingshan, who could rival corpse kings, how could he withstand the great strength of a demon king, let alone the unstoppable power of tremors? Li Qingshan played him viciously from the front, causing him to fall heavily into the jade throne. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes clearly reflected the myriad poison ancestor's shocked expression, as well as a ghostly figure. He stepped on the green bubble conjured by the jade throne, sinking in deeply. He raised his arms high into the air and crossed his fists, throwing them down with a roar. Even a mountain would be smashed to pieces. Boom! The green clouds dispersed, revealing the azure sky. The green bubble twisted and surged violently. Against Li Qingshan's powerful strike, it actually did not shatter and even showed signs of recovering. Its defense was as tough as it could get. It was basically undefeatable. The myriad poison ancestor raised his head and gazed at Li Qingshan. His armor had all been corroded away, revealing his sturdy body. He had a devilishly handsome face, and his unbridled, insolent smile revealed his sharp fangs. The pair of ox horns on his head were like crescent moons, about to pierce the sky. Just, who is this kid? The myriad poison ancestor considered retreating. A sword protruded from his chest, and the Buddha-slaying sword pierced the green bubble, passing through the back of the jade throne and his back. Behind the green jade throne, there was a white skeleton surrounded by rolling flames. With her here, he would never be alone. Why? The myriad poison ancestor widened his eyes, which were completely bloodshot. The Buddha-slaying sword definitely was not just tough and sharp. It was currently destroying his mind, igniting his flesh and blood, and devouring his soul. Li Qingshan did not waste any more words. He planted his feet on the left and right armrests of the jade throne and grabbed the myriad poison ancestor's head, throwing another punch. Little An swung the Buddha-slaying sword, and the samadhi flames of white bone surged out, enveloping the myriad poison ancestor. His white bone claws reached towards the back of the myriad poison ancestor's head. The green poisonous tumor in the myriad poison ancestor's hand suddenly swelled, beating like a heart. With each beat it would expand to 10 times its original size, revealing green veins and vessels. The myriad poison ancestor produced an inhuman roar. Die! Retreat! Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He forcefully pulled back his fist, and his phoenix wings flapped violently as he retreated in a hurry. Little An pulled back his sword and turned around, but he was already a step too late. The green poisonous tumor turned into a green sun. Thousands of rays of miserable green light shot out, eclipsing the white sun above and swallowing them. The green light landed on a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed silently, landing in the dense forest below. Whether it was the trees or rocks, they were all reduced to dust, immediately forming a pit of white sand. The light dispersed. Most of Li Qingshan's flesh and blood had vanished, as if invisible insects had gnawed away at it, revealing his craggy bones. They no longer shone with a metallic luster, becoming extremely fragile. Little An's white bones had also been dyed with a rust-like color. He arrived beside Li Qingshan. Are you all right? I won't die. That old bastard ran away, Li Qingshan said. As they spoke, Little An used the samadhi flames of white bone to suppress the spreading rust. Li Qingshan also used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress the poison that had infected him. Even though they had grasped the opportunity, killing a third heavenly tribulation great cultivator was not that easy. The brief delay was enough for the myriad poison ancestor to flee back to the myriad poison cult. The formations of the myriad poison cult were on Savage Mountain, and the myriad poison ancestor personally presided over them. Although he was not as powerful as the Banyan Tree King, he could still unleash enough power. Even if the two of them were unscathed, they would struggle to break through. We've used all of our trump cards this time, but he still managed to escape. It'll probably be troublesome from now on. The hunting dogs have already been mobilized. They might be able to keep him busy for a while, said Little An. The hunting dogs? Oh. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. He smiled. You sure are thorough. The Azura commander Yinqing flew off, constantly flickering in and out of existence. She followed the streak of green light closely, searching for an opportunity and ready to strike at any time. When Li Qingshan fought, Little An had given her the mission. She had been observing the battle from the mountain peak the entire time. When the myriad poison ancestor detonated the cult treasure and fled Savage Mountain, she immediately set off. She only had a single mission, to keep the myriad poison ancestor busy. Chapter 8:19. Thousands of kilometers away, the myriad poison ancestor flew through the air. His face still twitched. Apart from his anger and humiliation, he was mostly filled with lingering fear. He had almost failed miserably on this trip to Savage Mountain. After blowing up the cancer, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill the two of them, but in the end, his cautious side still won him the upper hand. In other words, he could no longer ignore the sense of danger in his heart. He felt like ensuring his own safety was more important, so he flew towards the myriad poison cult without even looking back. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Looking back, he saw a blood shadow tailing behind him, constantly flickering and growing closer and closer. He bellowed, "Don't you dare, you scoundrel!" That bellow demonstrated his tremendous bearing as a great cultivator, enough to split a river with his shout. He did not weaken at all. If regular cultivators heard it, they would definitely shudder in fear. Those with slightly weaker cultivations might even develop inner demons from fright, or even their souls might disperse. However, the corner of Yinqing's lips curled up. A defeated general was nothing to brag about. She had still overestimated this old man by comparing him to an Azura king. She had gone through bloody battles of life and death in the Azura realm, so how could she be frightened by a disturbance like that? Instead, it only made him even more cowardly on the inside. With a wave of her hand, the circular blade spun out, directly piercing through space and arriving before the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor sent the circular blade flying with a furious palm strike, but he could not help but falter. Yinqing suddenly appeared above his head, and like a blade, she plunged her fingers towards the top of his head. Just now Li Qingshan had grabbed the myriad poison ancestor's head and beaten it to death. He had already viewed it as the greatest humiliation of his life, so how could he let his head be touched again? With a flick of his sleeve, poisonous gas surged out and forced Yinqing back. A withered hand was hidden inside, ready to strike like a venomous snake. Suddenly it discovered an opening and reached towards Yinqing's neck like a loosed arrow. Yinqing vanished, hiding in space before shifting several dozen meters away, making the myriad poison ancestor's fatal strike miss. However, her body had been eaten away by the poisonous gas. There were some places where the flesh beneath her skin was directly exposed. She had gone from an enchanting beauty to an extremely hideous one. She did not care at all and instead calmed down. This old man's poison is indeed fierce, but it's not fatal to me. This way I can drag it out. With the Azura's immortal body, even Li Qingshan wouldn't dare to say that he could kill her with a single punch. The myriad poison ancestor sensed an ill omen. At the same time on Savage Mountain, Li Qingshan gulped down the sap he had obtained from the Banyan Tree King. At the same time, he used the moonlight reflection to draw out the spiritual energy from the water god seal in the Cloud Dream Marsh to slowly recover his demon chi. His flesh grew back strand by strand. On the other hand, Little An brandished the Blood Sea banner. A blood dragon flew out and coiled around him, cleansing his white skeleton, diluting the poison before using the samadhi flames of white bone to cleanse it. If regular cultivators were poisoned by the myriad poison ancestor, they would be in huge trouble. If they could not find the antidote, they might have to contend with the poison for the rest of their lives, and they would probably be doomed in the end. As a result, even great cultivators with cultivations no lower than his had to be extremely cautious when they clashed with him. Unless they had no other choice, they would never want to become enemies with him. This was the reason why the myriad poison ancestor could dominate the south. However, Li Qingshan and Little An practiced a wondrous technique that far surpassed this world, which allowed them to forge extremely tough bodies. They were not afraid of being poisoned to death. However, the poison was extremely stubborn and violent, so they could only suppress it for now. Completely purging it would still take a very long time. Li Qingshan did not wait for his wounds to recover completely. He had just recovered some strength when many parts of his body were still jagged. Suddenly he unfurled his phoenix wings and wrapped a hand around Little, and fierce winds surged and flames raged, constantly accumulating power. Right when he was about to set off, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking back, he saw Ru Exian waving at him from the top of the mountain. "Have a safe journey. Remember to write back." "Fuck you," Li Qingshan scolded in a joking manner. He suddenly unleashed his power, leaving behind 2 long streaks of light behind him. He had already whistled through the air, pursuing the myriad poison ancestor. "Bitch, you're an Azura? Why did you listen to Li Qingshan and infiltrate the myriad poison cult to kill people? Wasn't it you?" The myriad poison ancestor barked. He had clashed with Yinqing several times, so he could not help but sigh in amazement at the ingenuity of herb teleportation. However, it made him remember something. Just who was responsible for the massacre of the myriad poison cult? Originally, he thought it was Ghost Shadow, but let alone whether he possessed the ability to pass through formations or not, even if he did, he would only be able to kill regular disciples at most. Protectors and elders would never be killed so easily. He suddenly found the answer to the question that had been plaguing him the entire time. This woman, this Azura, has that kind of strength. Do you like the view on the square? And those words on the screen wall? They're pretty, aren't they? I've written them very diligently. After all, it's been so many years since I last wrote one. Yinqing smiled. Her figure flickered in and out of existence. Although she had been avoiding an open clash with the myriad poison ancestor the entire time, her situation was not optimistic either. Half of her right arm had been eaten away, and due to the effects of the poison, it was unable to recover. Her other injuries were even more numerous. In order to keep the myriad poison ancestor busy, she had paid quite the price. But even with that being the case, her sharpness did not diminish at all. This was the battle heart of an Azura that she had forged through the years. It really is you. The myriad poison ancestor flew into a rage. Li Qingshan had wiped out the entire myriad poison cult. And it was all because something had happened in the cult. He had been drawn back to the myriad poison ancestor. Now that he saw the culprit behind all of this, how could he not grit his teeth in hatred? He regretted underestimating Li Qingshan once again. Originally he thought he was just a junior, but never did he expect him to possess such strength, where he could even order around an Azura commander. If it's me, what are you going to do? Yin Qing did not seem to care at all, but she appeared several hundred meters away in a flash, pulling away from the myriad poison ancestor slightly. She thought, who knows what other killer moves this old man has yet to unleash. I better be careful and not give him an opportunity, or my life really will be in danger. The myriad poison ancestor said sinisterly, you want to keep me busy so that Li Qingshan can hurry over, but little do you know that he's been poisoned by me. He's already struggling to protect himself right now, so how can he still care about you? I must kill you today. With that, he suddenly raised his hands high into the air. Myriad poison burial. However, he coughed up a mouthful of blood first. This was a secret technique of the myriad poison cult. Even when his body was unaffected, he would still have to endure some pressure, let alone when he was heavily injured right now. He would be harming himself before harming the enemy. However, for the sake of revenge, he could not care so much anymore. More importantly, he did not wish for an assassin like this to come and go as she pleased while he was recovering in the myriad poison cult, threatening him at any time. The poison on Yin Qing erupted with 10 times, 100 times more intensity. Her eyes became covered with green veins, shriveling up in the blink of an eye. Her ears, eyes, mouth, and nose that she had been carefully protecting the entire time immediately became useless. She could no longer see, hear, or smell anything. She was alarmed, but she did not panic. She immediately used a spatial movement technique and hid in space. However, the poison spread madly. If this continued, she definitely could not last for much longer. The myriad poison ancestor did not move at all. He maintained his posture of raising his hands high into the air, circulating his powers at full strength. Blood constantly oozed out of his mouth, but the corner of his lips curled into a cruel, vengeful smile. He did not need to take too long. He only needed to last for a while, and she would die from the poison. Then he would return to the myriad poison cult to recover and take revenge on Li Qingshan. This time, even if he had to cast aside his pride and beg the honored guest he was on good terms with, he would still kill Li Qingshan no matter what. But in reality, there was a thought that even he was reluctant to admit. Compared to revenge, it was better described as self-protection. The battle had scared him. If he allowed Li Qingshan and Little and to continue cultivating, regardless of which one of them underwent the third heavenly tribulation, it would be his death. Blood sprayed from the myriad poison ancestor's mouth violently. Suddenly, he looked back at the horizon and saw a streak of fire fly over. Li Qingshan saw the myriad poison ancestor from afar. Before he could even celebrate, he felt the poison he had suppressed after so much suddenly erupt violently, corroding his body and even his soul wildly. He could not help but be surprised. This old bastard still has something like that. Though it seems like he can't move when he uses this move. If I make him sit on the jade throne and use it calmly, it'll really be troublesome. Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan, that was what the myriad poison ancestor originally planned to do, but unfortunately, he did not even have the opportunity to use it before his defenses were breached and he was forced into dire straits. After being heavily injured, he became even more afraid of using it carelessly. With what Li Qingshan was capable of, he could kill the myriad poison ancestor in a single punch before he could even die from the poison. At this moment, Li Qingshan and Little and were basically innocent bystanders, but unknowingly, they had helped Yin Qing shoulder a lot of the pressure. The myriad poison ancestor, on the other hand, felt the pressure multiply. The more poison he detonated, the more pressure he had to endure. His wounds worsened even further. Although he was tempted to throw his life at Li Qingshan or focus his attention and kill the Azura with poison first, he saw how Li Qingshan paused before charging over again. Although he was much slower now, it would not take long either. He immediately paled in shock. He was no longer bold enough to persist any longer, dispelling the technique in a hurry and flying away. Qing used the last bit of her strength to leap out of the space there. She could not hold on any longer and fell down. Li Qingshan caught her and said, "Thank you for your trouble." He sent her back into the Azura field before handing the Azura field to little Anne. He told her, "Take her back to Savage Mountain to cure her of the poison." Little Anne hesitated before nodding. She had also been affected by the myriad poison ancestors' myriad poison burial. The poison had flared up again, so she did not have as great a recovery rate as Li Qingshan. If she persisted in the pursuit, it would probably cause even greater damage to her body of white bones that she had refined after so much difficulty. Li Qingshan flew off as his scarlet eyes locked onto the speck of green light. He only had a single thought in his head, which was to prevent the myriad poison ancestor from fleeing back to the myriad poison cult safely. In the sky, a streak of green light was in front and a streak of scarlet light was in close pursuit. They moved with lightning speed, covering 1,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. The myriad poison ancestor's wounds worsened, so he was nowhere close to his peak condition. Li Qingshan was quite injured too, and he was poisoned, but he possessed a fierce fighting spirit that only grew stronger as the battle progressed. He circulated his demon core and flapped his wings, rapidly closing the distance between them. A while later, the tip of the scarlet light had basically touched the tail of the green light. They were less than 5 kilometers apart. Chapter 820. The myriad poison ancestor ravished with joy. He glanced back, but his pursuer was nowhere to be seen. It was Qingshan. He was clearly a demon with scarlet eyes, fire-like hair, ox horns and a tiger's tail. His murderousness and malice combined into demon qi, surging into the air and pressing over. Without the demonic armor's concealment, everything seemed extremely clear. The myriad poison ancestor wondered, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga is an orthodox school of Buddhism, so why would they accept a demon as a disciple? And that little and definitely isn't human either, which is why he can resist my poison. He could vaguely make out the 2 words, North Moon, engraved on the ox horns. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from several years ago. Back then, it had spread like wildfire among the upper echelon of the Mist Province's cultivation community. The Dragon King of the Sea of the Green Province had suddenly entered the territory of the Mist Province. Originally, they thought he had some sort of dispute with the Banyan Tree King, but only afterwards did they find out he was hunting down a demon. The demon's name seemed to be North Moon. The myriad poison cult rapidly drew closer and larger, about to arrive in a moment. The myriad poison ancestor no longer had any qualms. He swung his sleeves backwards and with a great boom, a ring of green light exploded. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, reflecting the green light. At such a distance and with such speed, it was impossible for him to dodge in time. He bellowed out and smashed through the green light with a punch, but he could not help but slow down. However, the myriad poison ancestor used the recoil to move even faster, immediately pulling away from Li Qingshan. He did not forget to leave behind a vicious threat filled with resentment. Li Qingshan, I will never forget today's grievance. I will definitely repay you generously. You better survive today first. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards the myriad poison ancestor from afar and pressed down. The ox demon's gravity. The myriad poison ancestor immediately felt his body become 100 times heavier. Suddenly he plummeted down, colliding against a mountain on the ground. He adjusted his body in a hurry and shot past the top of the mountain, creating a gully. What move is this? Li Qingshan raised his hand, and the myriad poison ancestor immediately became as light as a feather. Not only did the gravity completely vanish, but it even produced a repulsive force instead. He suddenly drifted upwards, rushing towards the horizon. While flying at full speed, it was extremely difficult to control his body. Moreover, he was seriously injured. His body suddenly undulated as he moved, slowing down a lot. However, while he was in a horrible shape, he still flew towards the myriad poison cult at the end of the day. The gravity of the earth was unable to cause him any actual harm, and Li Qingshan had to split his attention to use his innate ability, so his speed was affected too. If this continued, the myriad poison ancestor would escape, so he frowned too. Could it be that I have to let him escape this calamity? What should I do? It's a pity that although this gravity field is not useless, it can only distract the enemy. It would be great if it could lure him to me. Wait. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up as he understood something. In the past he had complained that the ox demon trample was useless and difficult to use, but now it was his most powerful innate divine ability. No matter who the enemy was, he only needed to throw a punch. Could the third innate ability of the ox demon really only be used as an assistant and to distract the enemy? Li Qingshan paused and stopped flapping the phoenix wings. Seeing this, the myriad poison ancestor felt extremely regretful. This kid sure is decisive. He's flexible with his actions. If he's bold enough to chase me to the vicinity of the myriad poison cult, I can activate the formation and heavily injure him. I didn't think he'd actually give up. Li Qingshan's body tensed up, becoming as firm as a mountain and as steady as the earth. However, he gave up on the pursuit and used an innate ability that did not possess any offensive power at all, the strength of the earth. As long as he was on the ground, the second innate ability of the ox demon could provide him with endless power and make his strength even greater. A large part of the ox demon's great strength relied on this innate ability. However, because this innate ability was not visible, it often gave people the false impression that it had never been used before. It did adhere to the ox demon's lineage, which was discreet and profound. As a matter of fact, Li Qingshan would sometimes overlook the assistance this innate ability could provide him. With the imperial heaven above and the earth below, they ruled over everything. The imperial heaven was supreme. The sun and moon shone brightly, and the stars were far away. They were like the father of all life. Lightning, rain, and dew were all his benevolence. The earth below was vast, and the mountains stretched on endlessly. She was like the mother of all life, nourishing all life with great virtue. All life revered the imperial heaven, and cultivators pursued the heavenly way painstakingly. Who cared about the earth beneath their feet? They called it the earthly way. As a result, Li Qingshan spread his arms. I am the child of the earth. The myriad poison cult was right in front of him. The myriad poison ancestor only needed a few seconds to arrive, while he had already pulled an extremely great distance away from Li Qingshan. No matter what he was capable of, it would all be useless. He could finally rest and heal in peace before thinking about a plan for revenge. His instincts told him that he could make use of his identity as the North Moon. Perhaps he could destroy Li Qingshan's reputation and crush him to smithereens without even shedding a single drop of blood. As he thought, he suddenly halted, but after a few ups and downs, he was already prepared. He would not be affected so easily anymore. But this time he discovered that the invisible power did not make him fall down. Instead, it pulled him backwards. Li Qingshan used the gravity of the earth again, but he used the strength of the earth to change the direction of gravity and pull the myriad poison ancestor towards him. He did not move at all. Even his murderousness had thinned out, replaced by a vast and heavy aura. He unleashed the strength of the ox demon. The power was invisible and intangible, but it could not be cut off or severed, gripping the myriad poison ancestor firmly. In shock, he discovered that not only did his speed become slower and slower, but he actually came to a halt in the end against his will, gradually drawing closer to Li Qingshan. The myriad poison ancestor's expression changed in shock. He let out a hoarse roar, desperately wrestling with the power. If he were in peak condition, he could probably put up a fight, but he was heavily injured right now. In order to pull away from Li Qingshan, he was even willing to worsen his wounds. He was already at the end of his tether. Li Qingshan was rather injured too, but the strength of the earth was something he could unleash at full strength no matter what state he was in, even if he was heavily injured or on the brink of death. If he wrestled with someone using the earth as his foundation, he was confident that he would never lose, no matter what form it was. The myriad poison ancestor watched helplessly as the myriad poison cult grew further and further away, while Li Qingshan drew closer and closer. Finally, he began to panic. Li Qingshan, you really are going to fight me to the death. I'm an honored guest of the king of Southern Yu's estate. If you kill me, The king of Southern you will never spare you. Li Qingshan's expression was determined. He said nothing, possessing a tenacity that would never stop until he achieved his objective. No matter how the myriad poison ancestor threatened, scared, tempted, or begged for mercy, he remained unfazed. I'm going to kill you today. 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, a kilometer, 300 meters, 30 meters, 3 meters, die. Li Qingshan let out an extremely delighted roar and threw a punch at the myriad poison ancestor's old face. Chapter 821. The power of tremors spread through the myriad poison ancestor's entire body. Cracks covered him like a spider's web, and he collapsed silently. Suddenly, a streak of green light shot towards Li Qingshan's forehead. It moved several times faster than the myriad poison ancestor when he was in peak condition, and under the pull of the gravity of the earth right now it was even faster than before. Even Li Qingshan could not respond in time. He caught a glimpse of it and saw that the green light was a fist-sized infant. It was half-transparent and resembled the myriad poison ancestor slightly. Its face was filled with resentment. A soul nascence. After undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, human cultivators would convert their golden core into a soul nascence, condensing their cultivation within their soul. Even if their body was destroyed, it would not be life-threatening. All they had to do was find a new body, and they could possess it and be reborn. Existences at the third heavenly tribulation were very difficult to kill. Demon kings were because of their tough bodies and startling life force. As for human cultivators, they relied on the mysteries of soul nascence. If they chose to flee, they would be extremely difficult to capture, and at certain times they even possessed the power to reverse life and death. The myriad poison ancestor had launched a counterattack at a critical moment. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen a soul nascence either. Let alone being unprepared, even if he had been prepared, he would not have been able to respond in time. With a flash of green light, the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence vanished. Li Qingshan froze, maintaining his posture of swinging his fist. Even the delight on his face had not been completely erased. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, if I didn't have any way of fighting back, wouldn't I have blown up my soul nascence immediately and taken you down with me? I didn't want to use this move originally, but you've gone too far. Now, I'll make you understand the difference between us. Green light illuminated Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. The myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence descended with the might of a sovereign. It was both delighted from turning the tables, but it was also filled with resentment and reluctance. Although a destroyed body could be reborn through possession, the price they had to pay would be extremely great too. As a result, no great cultivator would choose this path unless they had no other choice. The myriad poison ancestor had also been forced into dire straits, putting up a desperate struggle. He was confident that he had the situation under control. No matter how many magical abilities Li Qingshan had, it would be difficult for him to use them in his knowledge sea. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a qualitative difference between a mere spirit and his nascent soul. Although this was Li Qingshan's home ground, in this confrontation of the sea of consciousness, he undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. What was left to do was to completely crush Li Qingshan's thoughts and then completely occupy this body. Although I've condensed a nascent soul, I've been stuck at the early stage, unable to make a breakthrough. Originally, I had no hope of breaking through to the fourth heavenly tribulation. This body is as strong as a demon king's. It will definitely increase my strength greatly. Even if there are some conflicts and discomfort, it won't be too much of a loss. Li Qingshan, all your hard work has gone to me. But before that, he wanted to listen to Li Qingshan's cries for mercy and enjoy the pleasure of revenge. If you beg me and listen to my instructions, this old man can consider sparing your life. The myriad poison ancestor sent out a thought, but the green light from the nascent soul became even more dazzling, contaminating Li Qingshan's knowledge sea like poison. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out inside, and it exploded in his knowledge sea like thunder. The demon suppression statuary's primary purpose was to suppress the demonic nature within oneself, and only then did it suppress the demonic path in the outside world. In that moment, the inside and the outside had become one. The strength of Li Qingshan's demonic nature went without saying. The myriad poison ancestor was a powerful figure of the demonic path too. The demon suppression tower appeared in the sea of consciousness, as large as a mountain. It crushed down viciously towards the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul. With a boom, the green light vanished. The myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul was suppressed beneath the tower. Chains of demon suppression as thick as dragons crisscrossed, locking the demon suppression tower firmly. If you beg me, I might even spare your life. Li Qingshan's voice rang out in his knowledge sea. Even he had never expected the demon suppression statuary to be so powerful. It truly was a special cultivation method of the Chan monastery of Devanaga after all. Child's play. In the demon suppression tower, the myriad poison ancestor bellowed out. Immediately, the pitch-black demon suppression tower was dyed green, shining with green light. Oh no! Li Qingshan visualized the demon suppression statues and used the demon suppression statuary as hard as he could, pouring all the remaining demonic energy in his demon heart into the demon suppression tower to contend against the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul. However, the demon suppression tower shook violently, and the green light grew brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan realized he had still underestimated the power of a nascent soul. He watched helplessly as the chains of demon suppression snapped one by one. With a great rumble, the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul burst out of the tower, shining with blinding light. His knowledge sea surged violently, as if a green sun had risen up from the ocean. With a kacha sound, a tiny crack appeared on the demon heart, and it became dim and lightless. Li Qingshan knew he could not even use the demon suppression statuary in a short amount of time, let alone summoning the demon suppression tower. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. You overestimate yourself. I'd like to see what else you've got. The myriad poison ancestor said. He felt like he had everything under control. He was prepared to viciously torture Li Qingshan's soul, releasing all of the resentment from the sneak attack in pursuit. Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan said calmly, "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas." The spirit turtle manifested and descended from above. Compared to the demon suppression tower, the spirit turtle did not possess much might. Not only was it much smaller than the demon suppression tower, but it descended very slowly too. Chapter 822. The figure of the spirit turtle hovered above the myriad poison ancestor's head, no longer pressing down. However, it continued to shine. Li Qingshan definitely did not believe the myriad poison ancestor did not have the determination to fight to the death. Most importantly, the spirit turtle's suppression could not be completed in a single moment. It was enough for him to consider. If the soul nascence exploded in his sea of consciousness, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. No matter how tough his body was, no matter how startling his regenerative powers were, he would not be able to escape death. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. This myriad poison ancestor sure was difficult to deal with. He had succeeded in launching a sneak attack while he was off guard, and then he made the Azura assassin Yin Qing keep him busy while he hunted him down. In this battle, Little An had basically lost his battle prowess. Yin Qing was heavily injured and on the brink of death, yet he had almost managed to escape. He had finally broken through after so much difficulty and thought he could finally kill him, but he still ended up in a stalemate in the end. Hurry up and stow this turtle away, or I'll take you down with me. The myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence clenched its fist, filled with viciousness and determination. Li Qingshan did not stow the spirit turtle away. Instead he smiled. Myriad poison, you've cultivated arduously for 1,000 years, and you've only undergone the third heavenly tribulation after so much difficulty and condensed a soul nascence, yet you keep mentioning taking me down with you at the drop of a hat. Who do you think you're trying to scare? Even though he was not bold enough to force the myriad poison ancestor into dire straits, he was underestimating Li Qingshan's courage if he thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he said he would take him down with him. He believed that as long as the myriad poison ancestor had a sliver of hope, he would not choose such a terrible plan. If it was an ordinary cultivator who had fallen to this state, they might have thrown caution to the wind in despair. But a great cultivator, although they had the same emotions as mortals and would be affected by emotions, They would not lose their rationality in the most fundamental aspect of their temperament. I've already lived enough. You're in the prime of your life, yet you're already capable of something like this at such a young age. Even the princes of the Dragon Province can't match you. My life hasn't been lived in vain if an old coot with no future like me can end a genius like you. The myriad poison ancestor was in dire straits, but he instead recovered some of his bearing and said slowly, "You're flattering me. I'm just a young kid, how can I be compared to you?" The two of them spoke one after another. One said that the other had a profound cultivation and that it was not easy to cultivate. The other praised the other for his talent and boundless future. If others were to hear this, they would think that they were courting each other. At this time, whoever cherished his own life more would be under the control of others. I've heard that soul nascence is extremely profound. As long as you find a suitable body, it won't affect your cultivation apart from wasting some time. Li Qingshan gave the myriad poison ancestor some hope. Alas, this old man has failed miserably and fallen into a hopeless situation. How can I dare to think about the future? I might as well give up. The myriad poison ancestor sighed, and his soul nascence suddenly began to tremble. A terrifying power that could destroy everything was about to be unleashed. What do you want? Li Qingshan asked calmly. He arrived high up in the atmospheric winds and flapped his wings of wind, flying in the direction of Savage Mountain. Then he tossed the two Sumeru rings into the water mirror's image, teleporting them to his clone in the Marsh of Cloud Dream. These were his and the myriad poison ancestors' Sumeru rings respectively. He prepared for the worst-case scenario as he racked his brain to come up with a plan. If the demon core escaped far enough away, then even if the myriad poison ancestor blew up his soul nascence, he could maintain a ray of light and be reborn. This could be regarded as his final trump card. However, once the demon core left, his strength would weaken drastically, and he would immediately lose control over the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence, giving him the opportunity to escape instead. As a result, he needed to use the water mirror's image to teleport the demon core to his clone, the moment the myriad poison ancestor blew himself up. This timing was far too difficult to grasp. If he escaped too early, the myriad poison ancestor would stop blowing himself up, but if he escaped too late, the demon core would be sucked into the explosion. How could he still have the opportunity to undergo rebirth? Even if he used the spirit turtle's divination abilities to grasp the timing, rebirth would still take him many years to recover. When he turned into a phoenix's embryo, he could not even maintain a basic level of consciousness. It could be described as the worst possible plan. However, a worst possible plan was still a plan. It was better than having no plan at all. Li Qingshan made up his mind. At most, I'll just risk rebirth again. Who's afraid of who? Send me back to the myriad poison cult, and we'll mind our own business from here on out. The myriad poison ancestor stated his conditions. Hey, you sure can dream on. If I go back to the myriad poison cult, you'll probably activate the formations and trap me the moment you emerge. Li Qingshan stalled for time as he sped up. As long as he returned to Savage Mountain, he could get Little Anne's clever brain to come up with a solution, not to mention the fact that he had the Banyan Tree King, whose wisdom was as deep as the ocean. I won't make things difficult for you. There's no need for me to go to the myriad poison cult. I just need to be at the edge of the myriad poison cult. Remove this turtle and let me sense the outside world, and I'll leave, said the myriad poison ancestor. Li Qingshan fell silent. Only when the myriad poison ancestor pressed him did he say, "Since you already know my identity, you'll definitely make it public when you get back. If the Dragon King of the Sea comes knocking, I won't be able to deal with him." The myriad poison ancestor happened to be planning this. Originally, he planned on feigning ignorance about the matter between the North Moon and the Dragon King of the Sea, but now that he had been exposed, there was nothing he could do. He answered with a question, "What do you want? Do you really want me to die with you?" As he said that, he assumed a posture like he was about to blow up his soul nascence again. "If that's what you want, then do as you please. Even the Dragon King of the Sea couldn't kill me in the past, so you won't be any different." Li Qingshan said coldly. All right. Then I'll try and see if I can drag you down with me," said the myriad poison ancestor. All of his accumulated resentment seemed to erupt, making him rather hysterical. The green light in the core of the soul nascence grew brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan tensed up and immediately stopped flying. A piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out before him. It was as bright as a mirror, but it reflected the situation in Cloud Dream Marsh almost 50,000 kilometers away. He spat out the demon core, which stopped on the edge of the mirror. But a while later, when he saw how Li Qingshan did not respond at all, the soul nascence on the verge of erupting settled down again. The myriad poison ancestor said viciously, "Kid, you sure are something. Just let me stay in your sea of consciousness the entire time. I'd like to see how you cultivate." The older people got, the more they cherished their lives. They lacked the bravery and vigor of young people. They had gone through so much to reach their current level of cultivation. Unless they had no other choice, they would never choose the path of mutual destruction no matter what. And the fact that Li Qingshan had managed to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea did indeed make him fearful. If he threw his life on the line, Li Qingshan would be alive and kicking again in a decade or so. That would be a great loss. This kid had far too many tricks up his sleeves. Though since he wants to negotiate with me, he's still afraid of me blowing up my soul nascence at the end of the day. Even if he can escape alive, he'll either not have too much confidence, or he'll have to pay an extremely heavy price, or both. Humph, I refuse to believe you can trap me in your sea of consciousness for the rest of my life. Let's see who can outlast the other. You better calm down. Let's come up with a plan that satisfies both sides. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud, but he was sweating inside, as even when his soul nascence was about to explode, he still had not grasped the opportunity accurately. All he could do was gamble. Chapter 823. The myriad poison ancestors' poison sure is potent. Is there anything I can do about it, Senior Tree King? Wuxia crossed her arms and asked, pointing at her chin. They were in a tree hole beneath the great banyan tree. It was composed of huge, intertwined roots. It was extremely spacious, filled with the fragrance of resin. Yinqing laid on a platform composed of roots. Her body had been reduced to a humanoid shape by the poison, and her aura was extremely feeble. A droplet of yellow-green venom dripped from her body, kicking up a puff of white smoke when it landed on the ground. As an Azura, her body and life force far surpassed regular cultivators or even demon commanders, but she did not possess a heaven-defying cultivation method like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine or the path of white bone and great beauty. After all, she still could not endure the myriad poison ancestors' poison. All I can do is maintain her life force, but the poison is still deeply rooted, spreading and strengthening by devouring her life force. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. The unique secret technique of the myriad poison cult requires a corresponding antidote. It all depends on whether he can bring back the myriad poison ancestors' Sumera ring. The Banyan Tree King's voice echoed through the tree hole. A dark green aerial root fell down, injecting sap into Yinqing's blood. This guy is very petty. He'll stare back even if he's glared at him. Myriad poison has offended him, so what good fate awaits him? Wuxia smiled. Li Qingshan chatted with the myriad poison ancestor as he flew through the sea of trees. Compared to the nervousness and intensity he felt earlier, he was much more relaxed now. However, the myriad poison ancestor's existence was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had to get it out. When the sky darkened, Savage Mountain came into view. The huge hole blasted open in the clouds had already closed up and vanished. It was currently drizzling. Little Ann stood on the top of the tall tower on the main peak. Her black hair was like mist, about to merge with the rain. Only when she saw Li Qingshan's figure did her lips curl into a smile and fly over to receive him. Li Qingshan told Little Ann everything that had happened, but Little Ann was unable to come up with a good idea immediately. I better ask the Banyan Tree King for help. How's Yinqing? Li Qingshan asked as he passed through the fog. Wuxia's injuries are under control, and she's currently thinking of a way to detoxify the poison, Little Ann said. Wuxia? I almost forgot that she's also a disciple of the School of Medicine. Let's go and take a look. Li Qingshan was very friendly to those who served and helped him. After passing through the 8-directional foggy sea formation, The valley was filled with rain and fog. The towering trees were soaked by the rain, and their color was especially deep. Even the mountains were dyed black. Seeing this familiar scenery, Li Qingshan couldn't help but relax, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Although there was still a great threat that hadn't been eliminated, he had still won this battle. His ears twitched as if he had heard something. I heard you bad-mouthing me from 10 miles away. Li Qingshan lifted the green vine curtain and walked in, glaring at him. I'll tell you. Ruexian shrugged. How is it? The Banyan Tree King asked. A great cultivator's fate was extremely important. If the myriad poison ancestor had died, he would definitely sense it. Since he did not sense it, it meant the myriad poison ancestor had already fled, which made sense too. Third heavenly tribulation great cultivators were not that easy to kill after all. However, he had to consider this. If the myriad poison ancestor fled back to the myriad poison cult, then Li Qingshan's dual identities would definitely be exposed to the world. The reactions of the Hawkwolf Guard and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga would all be a small matter. If the Dragon King of the Sea pursued him everywhere, then that would be a huge problem. As a result, the Banyan Tree King had to consider how to mediate between them. I've dealt with it, Li Qingshan said calmly. You've dealt with it? A hint of surprise appeared in the Banyan Tree King's voice. Though there's still a small problem. That old bastard Soul Nascence ran into my sea of consciousness and refused to leave, so I've temporarily suppressed it. I still need to ask for your guidance. Let's cure Yinqing first. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingshan unleashed the water mirror's image again and retrieved the 2 Sumeru rings. However, it took quite a bit of effort to open them. In the end, he still had to ask the Banyan Tree King for assistance, and only then did he manage to open them. After a great battle, Li Qingshan was extremely exhausted, and he even had to split his attention to suppress the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence. Through this small matter, he became even more aware of just how unpleasant it was for the myriad poison ancestor to remain in his sea of consciousness. Normally it would be fine, but if he encountered another great battle and the old bastard messed around in his sea of consciousness, he would use up 50% of his strength at the very least. If he accidentally allowed the old bastard to grasp an opening, he might even face the danger of turning the tables. Cultivation went even more without a doubt. This bastard was truly an inner demon. It's no wonder that old bastard can keep stalling away calmly. His existence has blocked off my future prospects. There were many bottles and jars in the myriad poison ancestor's Sumeru ring. If he asked Li Qingshan to look for the antidote, he really would have no idea where to start. It was all thanks to the Banyan Tree King's great knowledge that he found a glass bottle. An aerial root sucked up some of the medicine and sprayed it on Yinqing. The poison immediately diluted by a lot. Li Qingshan and Little and also ingested the antidote according to what the Banyan Tree King had taught them, completely eliminating the threat of the poison. The Banyan Tree King sprinkled some more tree sap, and Yinqing's wounds healed rapidly. Before long, she slowly woke up, and her eyes that had been blinded by the poison regained their brightness. She murmured, I'm still alive. This isn't the Azura realm. She had thought she would be reborn in the Azura realm. Through this battle, she had proven once again just how dangerous it was to provoke in existence an entire major realm of cultivation above her. I haven't even allowed you to die yet. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The Banyan Tree King said, It's all thanks to the Azura realm that my life is no longer in danger. However, it's unavoidable that my strength will be affected, so I need to be mentally prepared. Yinqing nodded slightly, expressing that she understood. This was not the Azura realm after all. Even if she was injured, she could recover slowly. You've done a great service this time, so I'll reward you handsomely. I'm willing to repay you with my body. What do you think? Li Qingshan patted Yinqing's shoulder with a smile. A cool, moist breeze blew into the tree hole, and Yi Liusu lifted the curtain and entered. She glanced at Li Qingshan and pursed her lips. Ruexian chuckled, but she said nothing. Shaoan was emotionless and incorporeal. Cough cough, I was just telling a joke to liven up the atmosphere. What's with your expressions? You don't have the slightest sense of humor. Even with how thick-skinned Li Qingshan was, he felt slightly embarrassed. Of course it was only a tiny bit. He had gone as far as to rope in his subordinates for the sake of his great ambitions. Yinqing burst out laughing. This king sure had a lot of romantic debts. She recovered soon afterwards. My king's valiance in battle has left me in great admiration, but the reward is far too great. I'm just a willow, so I'm not blessed enough. I really can't handle it. I think it's better if he rewards me instead. Li Qingshan acted like he did not hear Ru Xian's mocking laughter. He instructed her gently, return to the Azura field and recuperate for now. I'll find a way to help you recover your strength. After sending Yinqing to the Azura field, he passed the myriad poison ancestor Sumer ring to Ru Xian. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. Ru Xian did not hold back, searching through it carefully. The myriad poison ancestor Sumer ring was extremely well stocked. It contained the cultivation methods and resources of the entire myriad poison cult, which would be extremely helpful to her plan. Chapter 824. As long as a cultivator survived 3 heavenly tribulations, even if they didn't cultivate the Tao of divination, they would still have a premonition of the heavenly secrets. Not to mention the fact that great cultivators would normally try to find ways to make up for this. Even if they could not devise ingenious strategies, at least they would not be able to devise ingenious strategies. They had sufficient energy and ability anyway. The myriad poison ancestor was no different. He could find a way to interfere with or even suppress the myriad poison ancestor's premonition. A large part of the reason why the myriad poison ancestor had suffered such a humiliating defeat was because Li Qingshan and Little, and both possessed the ability to interfere with the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, how could Little and have succeeded with a sneak attack? Even if he was slightly stronger, he would still be overwhelmed by the myriad poison ancestor. His life might even be in danger. Among the various mysteries of the heavens, there was one that was the most difficult to interfere with, and that was the ability to sense one's own life and death. As the saying goes, life and death matters. Many mortals who have experienced a lot of danger would be able to sense it, let alone a great cultivator who had cultivated for 1,000 years and was aware of fate. The myriad poison ancestor's body had been destroyed, leaving behind only his soul nascence, so this premonition would only become sharper. In other words, no matter what method Li Qingshan came up with to kill him, he would have enough time to react and explode his nascent soul. Doesn't that mean there's no solution? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He was a little annoyed. His Phoenix Nirvana might not even succeed. If he was not careful, he would really end up dying together with his opponent. There is still a solution. The Banyan Tree King wanted to say something but stopped. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan cupped his hands. There's an old friend in the southern sea that's skilled in creating illusions. It's capable of causing one to fall into a state of confusion and make the fake become real. If he's willing to help, then this calamity can be easily resolved. Ru Xian was concentrating on reading a book of poison, and she raised her head in surprise when she heard this. Are you talking about the Mirage Sea King? That's right. It's the Clam King of Mirage Sea, the Banyan Tree King said. Clam King of Mirage Sea. Li Qingshan mumbled to himself. He had read about this name in a book before. Among the 72 demon kings, he was the most mysterious one. Because he had always lived in a place called the Mirage Sea in the South China Sea, and never left the sea border, it seemed that he had not done any major events that affected the 9 regions, so there were only a few records about him. With the Clam King of Mirage Sea's abilities, there's no one more suitable than this. I just need to lure this myriad poison into an illusion for a moment, and I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. But will he help me? Are there any conditions? Li Qingshan was doubtful. While there were strong and weak demon kings among the 72 demon kings, as long as they had not ascended or died, and they had accumulated a few thousand years, they were basically at the level of the Dragon King of the Sea. Even 10 myriad poisons might not be able to defeat them, and 10 Li Qingshan naturally might not be able to defeat them either. It was best not to provoke the dragon and tiger just to deal with the wolf and the fox, and end up in a hopeless situation. There's no need for any conditions. He'll definitely help you. Go to the South China Sea and look for him. The Banyan Tree King changed his hesitant attitude just now and said with certainty, So you trust this Clam King of Mirage Sea so much? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. In the years he had known the Banyan Tree King, this old man had always left some leeway in his words. The world was unpredictable, and even with his intelligence he could not predict everything. Only by leaving leeway could one be at ease, and it was very rare for him to be this resolute. He could not help but wonder. Don't tell me the Clam King of Mirage Sea is actually a female demon? There's something going on between the two of them? Speaking of which, the South China Sea and the Mist Province are right next to each other, and the two of them never leave their territory either, so it does seem like they're watching over each other from afar. Don't let your thoughts run wild. I understand his personality very well. As long as you claim to be my subordinate, he definitely won't make things difficult for you based on our many years of friendship, said the Banyan Tree King. Wuxia raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Qingshan. She wanted to say something, but the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in her head. I know you come from the South China Sea. Don't say anything else. How strange. He's even stopping me from saying anything. Though the Banyan Tree King shouldn't harm him, so I'll just wait and see for now. Wuxia thought. Coincidentally, little Anne's clear, deep eyes looked over. Wuxia communicated, don't tell me you've also received a warning from the Banyan Tree King. Little Anne withdrew his gaze silently, basically tacitly agreeing to it. He fell into thought slightly. There were only a few descriptions of the Clam King of Mirage Sea in the books that Li Qingshan had read. According to the Banyan Tree King, there was no danger at all. However, the situation that Wuxia and Little Anne knew was the exact opposite. The legends regarding the Mirage Sea were a horror story that Wuxia had heard since she was young. According to the information Xiaoan had read, there were countless cultivators who had lost their lives there. Unlike the Endless Trench and the Perpetual Daylight Sea, which were renowned for being dangerous in the South China Sea, the location of the Mirage Sea was not fixed. Instead, it drifted freely in the South China Sea, which made it even more unpredictable. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, a human or a mutant, once they entered, they would find it difficult to find a way back. There were also survivors who managed to escape, but everyone's description of the Mirage Sea was different. Some said that it was a demonic island where ghosts and monsters roamed freely, while others said that it was a treasure mountain filled with gold and silver. This only added to the mysterious aura of the Mirage Sea, because most of those who managed to escape were mortals, and not a single cultivator who was countless times stronger was able to escape. The mainstream view of the South China Sea cultivation world was, the Clam King of Mirage Sea intentionally vomits. She will release the clam gas and lure cultivators into a strange and dazzling illusion. Then she will devour their essence and refine their souls into the clam gas, increasing the power of the illusion. Mortals are too weak and are not valued. Instead, they have a chance to slip through the net. Thus, the Mirage Sea was recognized as the #1 forbidden ground in the South China Sea. It was even more dangerous than the Ink Sea in the Azure Province. Li Qingshan, who knew nothing about this, seemed to be walking towards the abyss with his eyes closed. It was too strange that the Banyan Tree King did not allow anyone to remind him of this. I'll have to rely on you again this time, fellow, Li Qingshan said in complete respect. After going through so much, he already trusted the Banyan Tree King very much. It's just a small matter, so there's no need to take it to heart. I'm already very surprised that you've managed to force the myriad poison ancestor to this extent. Then I'll return to my dwelling and recuperate first. Once I recover, I'll set off for the South China Sea in search of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. The Banyan Tree King said, you can stay here and recuperate. I'll lend you a hand. Then I'll be troubling you, fellow. You can tell me what kind of demon that fellow Shen is. I'll have a way to deal with her once I see her. Li Qingshan agreed happily. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under the Banyan Tree King's assistance, Li Qingshan had basically recovered from his wounds. His exhaustion was all gone. This was all thanks to him finding the antidote, or just purging the poison would have taken 10 times longer. The Banyan Tree King passed a wooden sea map to Li Qingshan and pointed with his roots. According to my calculations, the Mirage Sea stops here right now. Go there quickly. Don't waste any time along the way, or who knows where you'll end up drifting to again. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had gained a rough understanding of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's personality from his conversations with the Banyan Tree King. He was filled with confidence about this trip. After thanking the Banyan Tree King again, he set off for the South China Sea with Little and in search of the Mirage Sea. The Banyan Tree King watched Li Qingshan vanish into the horizon. Ru Xian's voice rang out from beneath the tree. I never thought the Clam King of Mirage Sea would actually be a very kind person despite her vicious reputation. Who knows? The Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with emotion. Who knows? Isn't he an old friend of yours? Ru Xian asked curiously. The strangest old friend of mine. And while we're old friends, we're not exactly familiar with each other. The Banyan Tree King smiled. We're old friends, but we're not familiar with each other. Sure enough, it's very strange, Ru Xian said. The strangest part is that he still hasn't undergone the fourth heavenly tribulation. I originally thought he should have ascended 3,000 years ago. Not only are we not familiar with each other, we don't even know if he's a man or a woman, as no one has ever seen his true form. Sometimes he's extremely friendly, sometimes he's filled with hostility. Even when Sea toured the coast of the South China Sea, he made a great joke out of him. The Banyan Tree King thought back to the matters from several thousand years ago in a leisurely manner. Sisi. Ru Xian was taken aback. Only then did she remember who Sisi was. The founding emperor ruled over the 9 provinces and toured the world. He had once visited the Mist province to visit the Banyan Tree King before descending south to the coast of the South China Sea. The subsequent emperors never did that again. Ru Xian had left the South China Sea when she was young, so she did not know much about the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Now that she heard about all of this, she could not help but sigh. In other words, this Clam King of Mirage Sea might not necessarily show respect to anyone. She's also so powerful that she doesn't have to show respect to anyone. You could say that, said the Banyan Tree King. Ru Xian smiled. Kid Li is in trouble this time. Why didn't you ask me why I didn't tell you to warn him? Asked the Banyan Tree King. You have your reasons, don't you? And does he even need me to warn him? That kid seems crude, but he's actually very cunning. There aren't a lot of people he trusts. If the mighty Banyan Tree King wants to deal with someone in the Mist province, why would he send him to the distant South China Sea? Isn't that a very reasonable consideration? Said Ru Xian. It's no wonder he trusts you so much, said the Banyan Tree King. I just happen to understand how it feels to be unable to say certain things clearly. However, probably not everyone is as reasonable as me. Ru Xian gazed at the horizon as a sliver of worry flashed through her eyes. Little N is the person he trusts the most. He might not be willing to betray this trust. Most importantly, he's the only person she trusts. Whether it's the Banyan Tree King or herself, no matter how trustworthy they seem, they're all the same in her eyes. That child really is as strange as you can be. The Banyan Tree King sighed. You didn't come looking for me just to tell me this, did you? I have a question about the path of medicine that I want to ask you about. This also has to do with the success of the battle against Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian immediately became respectful. Let's hear it. After listening to Ru Xian's question, the Banyan Tree King fell silent for a very long time. The strong prey on the weak. Although the strong prey on the weak is also the way of nature, your actions are far too unjust. Chapter 825. The endless yellow sand stretched into the distance without end. There was no sign of human habitation. Broken walls and ancient cities of the past had worn away the totem murals, leaving only a monotonous yellow that spoke of the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. A few withered poplars twisted and stretched their withered bodies. Their withered branches pointed at the transparent blue sky, like hands struggling to break free from the sea of sand, only to be buried by the yellow sand in the end. Li Qingshan stood at the top of a sand dune and saw everything. This is the Mirage Sea. It should just be an illusion, Little N said. The sound of the wind carried their voices into the distance. Li Qingshan crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. The grains of sand flowed between his fingers. Not a single grain could be seen as fake. There was even a voice telling him from the bottom of his heart that all of this was real. Under the guidance of the Banyan Tree King's sea map, They found the legendary Mirage Sea without much effort. Although he knew that the Mirage Sea was not simple after Little Anne's warning and might even contain great danger, he still chose to enter the Mirage Sea due to his trust in the Banyan Tree King and the Spirit Turtle's divination. There was no danger to his life here, so he still chose to enter the Mirage Sea. As expected of the Clam King of Mirage Sea, this illusion is flawless. However, while it's strange for a sea of sand to appear in the sea, it's not imaginative at all. Li Qingshan smiled and revealed his pure white fangs. But if we can't break the illusion, how can we find the Clam King of Mirage Sea? Little Anne said. Watch me. Li Qingshan said loudly. Clam King of Mirage Sea, this one is Li Qingshan. I have come to the Mirage Sea to pay a visit under the guidance of the Banyan Tree King. Please show yourself. This is a visitation card. The sound wave spread into the distance like a tiger's roar and created ripples on the sea of sand. However, there was no response. There was only the sound of the wind. Li Qingshan could not help but be surprised. He reached into his sumeru ring, but the visitation card that the Banyan Tree King had written for him was nowhere to be found. How was this possible? The sumeru ring was equivalent to an independent space. Was the Clam King of Mirage Sea really this powerful? Qingshan. Little Anne pulled Li Qingshan's sleeves and pointed to the distant sky. At the end of the sea of sand, there was a tall building that connected the sky and the earth. It looked a little vague in the heat waves. Let's go and take a look. Li Qingshan could not understand how he had lost the visiting card, so he decided not to think too much about it. Since the Clam King of Mirage Sea had already responded, everything would naturally become clear once they met and talked. She didn't use her phoenix wings and flew side by side with Little Anne. They flew very low, and the airwaves they set off plowed a long gully in the sea of sand, forming waves of sand. Under the illumination of the sun, they flashed with a golden light, extremely magnificent. Li Qingshan made a great vow to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, and enjoy all the beautiful scenery in the world. Even though he knew that this sea of sand was an illusion, it was enough for him to enjoy. He looked at Little Anne beside him. Her skin was like jade, and her clothes were whiter than snow. Her black hair fluttered in the wind like a long ribbon. Her black and white were distinct, and there was only a slight smile on her red lips. She was so beautiful that she seemed like the spirit of the world, or even some kind of spirit that had gathered together. Perhaps it was the effect of this wondrous illusion, but Li Qingshan felt like this was the first time he had seen her like this. He also felt like he had been attached to her for 1,000 years. His eyes involuntarily gathered on those red lips, and for a moment, he was mesmerized. He almost wanted to kiss them, but he suddenly shook his head and threw this strange thought out of his mind. Little Anne only focused on him, so peaceful that it was like she was breathing. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled, and a child's heart stirred. He flew away from Little Anne and circled around the sea of sand. He used the airwaves to write 2 large, crooked words. Little Anne also smiled, and flew up to write the 3 words Li Qingshan, but it was graceful and neat. Li Qingshan was not convinced, and wrote the 2 words 9 heavens. Finally it was a lot more square, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His hearty laughter shook the sand dunes below, and a stretch of gold flowed down. Little Anne also laughed, and her laughter was like silver bells, ethereal and dreamy. They continued forward, and the wind and sand behind them gradually buried the words they had written, leaving no trace. They flew and played all the way, but the mirage in the distance, this was the name he had given to the tower, was even further away than he had imagined. It only became a little bigger after flying for a long time. Li Qingshan also stopped playing and stared at the mirage in the sky. The scope of the Mirage Sea could not be so large. It seemed like it was just as Little Anne said, this trip was not so simple. He hoped that it was just a test. Little Anne still did not change her expression, and looked at his back as if she was breathing heavily. Then they sped up and flew straight toward the mirage. Suddenly, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. A yellow line rose from the horizon, covering the mirage that connected the sky and the earth behind it. The yellow line gradually became smaller. It's a sandstorm. If it was just a natural sandstorm, Li Qingshan naturally would not care. But this was the Clam King of Mirage Sea's illusion. This sandstorm was definitely not so simple. Not only did the sandstorm cover the sky and the earth, it was also endless. Let's go down and hide for a while. I don't believe that it can blow us away, Li Qingshan said, and brought little N to the ground, under a stone pillar that was almost drowned in yellow sand. This place was also in ruins, but the only thing that could protrude out of the sea of sand was this enormous stone pillar. There were some incomprehensible words and blurry images carved on it, but they all felt vaguely familiar. Li Qingshan looked closely. No, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The words were English, which he had learned in his previous life, and the images were mathematical numbers. What? However, these things did not exist in this world. Could this illusion actually reflect one's thoughts? There was no time to think carefully. The whistling grew louder and louder, as if there was a huge mouth that connected the sky and earth blowing. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm swallowed them and the sky darkened. Li Qingshan discovered that his choice of hiding behind the stone pillar was the correct one. The intensity of the sandstorm actually made even his mind waver. He pulled Shaoan into his arms instinctively, but as he gazed into the distance, he was actually unable to see what was happening 30 meters away. He sighed inside. If this kind of power remained in the sky, they would definitely be blown away. The stone pillar carved on it was like a rock, allowing the sandstorm to attack it. I wonder when it will pass, Li Qingshan said to Little N, who was as light as a feather in his arms, and hugged her even tighter. Little N said something, but her voice was swallowed by the wind. What did you say? Li Qingshan asked telepathically. Before Little N could answer, he suddenly heard a bull's moo. It passed through the sandstorm clearly. The sound was so familiar and intimate, as if it was ringing in his heart. Li Qingshan stood up and looked over. In the dark sandstorm, the blurry silhouette of an old bull was looking back at him. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. He clearly saw a broken horn on the bull's head. Although he could not see it clearly, he was sure that it was green. He could not help but be shocked. This was the greatest secret hidden in his heart. It was even greater than his transmigration and reincarnation. Reincarnation and the memories of one's past life were nothing in the world of the 9 states. However, the existence of the green ox far surpassed this world. It was an existence above the 6 paths of reincarnation and above the 9 heavens. Shaoan, who was beside him, seemed to have seen nothing and leaned quietly in his arms. Was this also an illusion created by the Clam King of Mirage Sea? But it was too real. The ordinary oxen gave off an indescribable presence. The sandstorm and even the entire Mirage Sea seemed to distort as if it could not hold on. Wait for me, Li Qingshan said before rushing towards the black ox. Even if it was a hallucination, he wanted to see the big brother who had given him everything and parted with him for a very long time again. Little N reached out to grab the hem of his clothes, but it slipped out of her hands powerlessly. She watched as his figure disappeared into the sandstorm. The sandstorm was stronger than Li Qingshan had expected. Even with his strength and cultivation, it was difficult for him to move. The enormous force pressed down on him, forcing him to bend his body and walk towards Oxen. Oxen waved its tail and turned to walk into the sandstorm with its usual calm attitude. Li Qingshan's call was blown away by the sandstorm. His heart skipped a beat and he looked back. The sandstorm obscured his vision. He was unable to see the stone pillar and Shaoan in the sea of sand. Suddenly he felt rather lost, but he had no time to think too much about it. He chased after the black ox as hard as he could. The world was dusky yellow. Only that figure was clear. It was leading him into the unknown. But no matter how Li Qingshan chased, that figure was so far away. It gradually moved further and further away until it completely disappeared into the sandstorm. A bull's moo came from the distance. So it was just an illusion? Li Qingshan panted as he knelt on the sand. He suddenly opened his arms and shouted at the sky with the loudest voice he could muster. I will go. Above the 9 heavens I will definitely go. The sandstorm gradually subsided. Li Qingshan found the stone pillar. It had almost been submerged by the sand. The words and diagrams on it had all been worn away by the sandstorm. Below the stone pillar there was nothing. There seems to be something here. Li Qingshan had a puzzled look. He reached out and touched the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered silently. It turned into dust that was finer than sand and drifted away with the wind like smoke. Li Qingshan stood on the sand dune for a long time. He looked around. There was only a sea of sand and he was alone. He felt a slight pain in his heart. His eyes were a little moist. He shook his head hard and looked at the mirage in the sky. He still remembered. I have to go there to find the Sea Serpent King. With an inexplicable reluctance, he continued to move forward. He always wanted to look back, but he hated looking back the most. He gritted his teeth and strode forward. Soon the sand dune was left behind, and it was no different from the thousands of other sand dunes. The wind blew gently. Li Qingshan's face was gloomy. He kept moving forward toward the mirage. The scenery on the road became more and more monotonous. There were no ancient ruins or ancient poplars. There were only sand dunes like waves on the sea of sand. The sandstorm became denser and denser. He could only give up on flying and walk on the sea of sand. After walking for who knew how many days or how many years, the sun always hung high above his head. It shone down scorching light, making him feel anxious. Even with the divine earth power, he felt tired. A layer of dust fell on his body, but he couldn't stop. The mirage was still there, getting closer and closer. Finally, after another sandstorm, Li Qingshan looked around. There was only an endless sea of sand. He stared at the sky. There should be something there. Chapter 826. Li Qingshan pondered for a while, but he was at a loss. Why was he in the center of this desert? His heart moved and he looked inside his spirit and sea of consciousness, but there was nothing there, as if something was missing. The spirit that he had just raised relaxed again. However, he could not stay here. An indescribable great fear filled his heart, urging him to move forward quickly. He randomly chose a direction and staggered forward. There was no goal, no companion, not even an enemy. There was only the sandstorm coming one after another, and an indescribable great emptiness filled his heart. It kept expanding until it was the same as the whole desert, the whole heaven and earth. His face was sharpened until it was rough and blank. He could only keep moving forward, not daring to stop even a step, as if he would immediately be swallowed by this desert if he stopped. However, the exhaustion grew deeper and deeper. The earth no longer gave him endless support, but instead drew out his strength and spirit bit by bit. The desert was no longer golden, and the sky was no longer blue, as if the colors had been blown away by the sandstorm again and again. Finally, after a sandstorm, the sun also disappeared, leaving only the empty white sky and the endless stretch of pale white sea of sand. The sandstorm then subsided, and the sound of the wind also disappeared. Between heaven and earth, only he was still trudging with difficulty, listening to his own heavy breathing, stubbornly refusing to look back. He could not see that with every step he took, the footprints would immediately disappear, as if they had never existed. Time became blurry and suddenly, the last of his willpower, like that stone pillar, collapsed with a loud bang. Finally, he collapsed on the desert. Perhaps this place could no longer be called a desert. There were no undulating sand dunes, only a boundless whiteness. His black eyes were blurry like frosted glass, looking at the distant blurry horizon. The white sand surged, drowning him inch by inch. Under the pitch-black sky, the continuous mountain range was like a crouching giant beast, quietly waiting for the dawn. Under a small hill shaped like a crouching bull, there was a small village. "Xiao'er, wake up!" A voice broke the silence of the entire world. A middle-aged peasant woman bent her back like a bucket and shouted. In a pile of hay in the cowshed, a skinny young man suddenly woke up from his sleep and thought blankly, "Who am I?" He looked around the dirty cowshed and felt the itch from the mosquito bites. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it was all so familiar and intimate. He gradually woke up from his dream, but that dream was so real that it felt surreal, as if everything in front of him was fake. However, when he recalled the dream, it quickly dissipated like a puff of smoke. He only vaguely remembered that it was an extremely terrifying nightmare that almost frightened him. He felt that he couldn't wake up, so he gave up thinking about it. Where else? Of course it's in our house. Waiter, don't sleep in the cowshed when the weather gets cold. Don't catch a cold. Dinner is ready, go eat. The middle-aged woman laughed. Her voice was rough, but it was filled with deep concern, causing the youth to feel warmth in his heart. Oh right, I'm Li'er. This is Crouching Ox Village. My parents are both farmers in Crouching Ox Village, but they passed away when I was young. It's all thanks to my elder brother and sister-in-law who took care of me. He stood up, and he immediately became taller than the sister-in-law. The sister-in-law sighed, the days sure pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, you're already as tall as your elder brother. In another 2 years you'll be able to marry and have children. You need to prepare now. When your elder brother comes back from selling the cow, he'll tear down this cowshed and build a new house for you. I can't say it's better than anyone else, but it can't be worse than anyone else. With your talent, Xiao'er, apart from caretaker Lu and village head Li's son, we won't accept anyone else in the village. Aya, the water's boiling. Hurry up and wash your face. Come eat. The sister-in-law rambled on for a while before hurrying to the kitchen. However, he only heard one sentence. When your elder brother comes back from selling the cow. Yes, this had been planned a long time ago. Because the old oxen that had accompanied him since he had grown up was almost too old to work, he planned on bringing it to town and selling it to the butcher for money to build a house for him. Back then he was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. Farmers didn't all raise cows like this. However, when he recalled oxen's moist eyes, his heart shuddered. He murmured, no, this can't be right. He rushed out of the cowshed and left the sister-in-law's cries behind. He followed the road to town and ran wildly. The morning breeze blew past his face, carrying the refreshing scent of vegetation. It almost drowned out the mountain path. He ran like he was flying, leaving behind countless crystalline droplets of dew. However, he had not eaten after all, and the nightmare seemed to have consumed too much of his strength. He felt tired very soon, but an indescribable urge urged him on. Go. Find the cow. After turning a corner, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged farmer with a simple face. He stopped in a hurry and grabbed the farmer's shoulder. Big brother, where's the cow? Waiter, come and pick me up. The cow has already been sold. Look, the money's here. It's a total of 11 taels of silver. It's enough for you to build a house and get married. Big brother Li patted the pouch on his shoulder and smiled honestly. I can't sell the cow, I can't sell it. I don't want to build a house and get married. He was frantic, rambling incoherently. I know you have feelings for the old cow. I'm the same, but this is its life. We can't just bury it underground. Big brother Li's face darkened and patted his shoulder. Where's the cow? He panicked inside and bellowed furiously. It's already been killed. You'll be too late. Let's go home, said Big brother Li. Killed? Killed. There was a rumble in his head as if something had shattered. Big brother Li dragged him home, returning to Crouching Ox Village unconsciously. The hard-working villagers had already woken up, all greeting him. Every single face was extremely familiar. Big brother Li also replied with a smile. He passed by a brick house. It was pitch black inside, and a statue of a god was enshrined on the altar. An old woman in brightly colored clothes was currently worshipping the statue. She was the witch of the village. All weddings, funerals, and sacrifices had to be done by her. She even knew divination and exorcism. She was extremely effective, possessing great prestige in the surrounding villages. Hearing the disturbance, she turned around and smiled benevolently. The voice in his head rang out again. He suddenly broke free from Big brother Li and rushed into the witch's house. He made his way around the altar and arrived at the back of the house. There was a verdant vegetable field here. He began digging desperately towards a location that seemed to be engraved in his soul. He felt like all the blood in his body was boiling. His hands dug through the moist soil. He was completely unaware of the rubble that had cut his fingers. Big brother Li's cry and the witch's question seemed to come from extremely far away. In that moment he felt like he was extremely close to reality. Chapter 828. The white sphere was buried in the black soil. It seemed like a human skull, but it was also. A human skull was much smaller. He dug his hands into the soil with trembling hands and dug it out. His body immediately stiffened. His boiling blood seemed to plummet. It was just a white rock. "Little heir, what's wrong? Don't scare me," Big Brother Lee said miserably. He grabbed the witch's hand again. "Has my younger brother been possessed? Save him. Little heir, is there something in my vegetable field?" The witch told Big Brother Lee to calm down first before rubbing his head and asking kindly. It was extremely familiar, yet also unfamiliar. I don't know." He grasped the white stone tightly, stood up dejectedly, his body swaying a little. Exhaustion, hunger, pain in a split second surged up like a tide, but it was not as deep and heavy as the disappointment in his heart, but he did not know what he was disappointed about. Hadn't he been like this for the past decade or so? What was he yearning for? He made his way out of the witch's house and covered his eyes with his hand. Sunlight shone resplendently between his fingers. The sun rose as usual, radiating with warm light. The mist that enveloped the small village gradually dispersed, and smoke rose up from the chimneys of the houses. This was an extremely ordinary morning that he had repeated thousands of times in his life. From today onwards, he would spend every day and night like this, but he experienced a nightmarish fear. He returned home in low spirits and sat down at the table. He ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He gripped the rock that resembled a child's skull the entire time. The sun set again, but tomorrow would rise again. Crouching Ox Village was far too small, and life was far too ordinary. Everything spread like the wind. Very soon, everyone found out that Li Erlang had gone mad. They all came to visit him, but they all sighed when they saw him, saying that he was just too deeply attached to the old ox. He was unable to endure the blow, which was why he had gone crazy. The moon hung high in the sky. He finally stood up from the table and made his way out, arriving beside an ancient well in the village. He sat down on the moss-covered rock and gazed into the well. The water in the well quietly reflected the bright moon and the thin face of a young man, which was filled with confusion. Just what is wrong with me? Is it just because of a dream like that? However, even though the dream had dissipated like smoke, the feeling in the dream still lingered. It was an intense passion, a struggle, a wild laugh, an indulgence, a true love, and a death feud. His expression was twisted, and his scarred hands gripped the white stone tightly. "Erlang, don't move. We can talk about it. A dead cow can't come back to life." Brother Lee's voice was trembling. He was afraid that Erlang was going to jump into the well, so he tried to persuade him. "Little brat, you've really gone mad. Your parents died early. I raised you up with all my effort, and this is how you treat me." Sister-in-law Lee roared. As she spoke, she began to sob. "You're not going to live like this anymore," Mrs. Lee roared. The sound of dogs barking could be heard throughout the village. Every household lit up their lights and the villagers woke up from their sleep. In just a short while, they were all gathered around the well. Adults and children, men and women, were all trying to persuade him not to take things too hard. His gaze swept past the crowd, past the crouching Ox Hill, past the endless mountains. The two words Qingshan suddenly leapt into his head. Like a flash of inspiration, he lowered his head and murmured, "Qingshan, brother, where's the money from selling the cow?" After a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and asked, "You wait here, I'll go get it right now." Brother Lee rushed out of the crowd and quickly brought over the pouch filled with money and gave it to him. He looked at a few pieces of silver in the pouch, which shone silver under the moonlight. He put the stone in his hand into the pouch and suddenly stood up. The crowd quieted down and pairs of eyes just stared at him. He looked around, chose a direction, and walked out of the village. The crowd was stunned by his expression, and didn't dare to stop him. They split into two sides and watched his figure disappear under the moonlight. Brother Lee and sister-in-law Lee wanted to go forward to stop him, but they suddenly stopped, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. At first, his footsteps were very heavy, and he didn't know where he was going. But gradually, his footsteps became lighter and lighter. Using the bright moonlight, he followed the path that was about to be submerged by weeds and strode forward. After walking for a whole night, he walked into the town. The sky was already bright. He stood in front of a butcher's shop. A huge cow's head with a broken horn was hanging on the meat rack. The cow's eyes were wide open and had already lost their usual luster. It was a blur. Flies flew around, as if to add a few more boring footnotes to this mediocre animal's death. But he could clearly feel that the blurry eyes were staring at him with that familiar warm gaze. Suddenly, he felt his face moisten. It turned out that unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. "Little brother, what kind of meat do you want to buy? I just killed a big cow yesterday, and there's still a lot of good meat left." The butcher's boss asked a little strangely. He pointed at the cow's head. After a while, the butcher's boss watched him leave with a strange gaze. He faced the morning light, and the sunlight gilded his tall figure with a layer of light. On his back was a huge cow's head. The cow's head was very heavy, and together with the white stone in the pouch, it weighed heavily on his body. And that dream didn't seem to be faintly discernible anymore. It became heavy and clear. Time flew by and the stars changed. The young man became a man, and the man became an old man. He traveled through countless mountains and rivers, but the scene in his dream never appeared. However, he still refused to stop. He continued to search and search. Finally, one day, he arrived at the top of the mountain and stopped. His once tall body was already hunched over, and his clothes were tattered. Only the skull of the cow's head remained on his back. The white stone had become as smooth as bone after being rubbed, but it was even heavier than before. He turned around and gazed at the path he had come from. Just how many times had he had the chance to stop and enjoy peace and joy, instead of being like this, suffering all the hardships and having nothing left? He could not help but think that perhaps he should never have come out. Perhaps he had already gone mad several decades ago. As a result, he saw the crouching ox village again, and he saw his similarly aged self, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, enjoying his old age in peace. Did he regret it? He removed the yellowed cow's skull from his back with his old hands and slowly placed it on his face. He supported it with one hand as he took out the white stone that he had warmed with his body with the other. He stared at it for a very long time and suddenly began to laugh. His laughter became louder and louder, mixed with violent coughs. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his snow-white beard red. With a thump, his laughter came to a halt. He collapsed on his back and gazed at the boundless sky. He said, "Regret my ass." Chapter 829. Qingshan, Qingshan. An incomparably familiar voice called out anxiously, accompanied by a brisk clap. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his dream. He saw an ethereal and beautiful face. "Where am I? Who am I?" Then he immediately remembered. "I am Li Qingshan and this is Clam Mirage." All kinds of memories flooded in. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted, and the confusion on his face turned into fury. He flipped and stood up. His right hand clenched into a fist and pushed against the ground. His left hand formed a claw and faced the dreamlike beauty dressed in colorful clothes across from him. All kinds of techniques were ready to be unleashed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. But the woman did not seem to notice. Her hands continued to clap and she did not disguise the admiration in her heart. "Clam King of Mirage Sea." Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, wonderful my ass. Come, let's have a showdown." He could not help but think back to a long, long time ago. The South Sea is truly spectacular. In the evening, Li Qingshan and Little and hurried from Savage Mountain to the shore of the South Sea. This place just happened to be a peninsula that jutted out of the land. Wind blew from behind them, and the sea was boundless with endless waves. The sun set in the west and dyed the sky red. The orange light spread from the horizon of the sea to the front along with the waves. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Little and frowned slightly and seemed to be in thought. She was not as calm as usual. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Li Qingshan immediately noticed and rubbed her head, asking with a smile. "Nothing." Little and shook her head lightly. "What, is there something you can't tell me? You've really grown up. Let's go, the Mirage Sea isn't far." Li Qingshan listened to the Banyan Tree King's instructions and did not dare to stay for too long. He took out the sea map and glanced at it. After confirming the direction, he continued on his way. Qingshan, the Clam King of Mirage Sea might not be as simple as the Banyan Tree King said. Little An suddenly said, "Is that so? Let's walk and talk." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Along the way, Little An told Li Qingshan all the legends he knew about the Mirage Sea, including the most mainstream views of the South Sea cultivation community. At this moment, a thin layer of mist suddenly appeared on the horizon. Normally, Li Qingshan wouldn't have cared at all, but when he looked over, he found that the mist was changing as if it had a life of its own, vaguely revealing a strange and dazzling scene. That was the place marked on the map, the location of the Fantasy Sea. It looks like this Clam King of Mirage Sea didn't purposefully set up a trap to bait people. Otherwise, no one would have noticed it at all, Li Qingshan thought. Little An looked at Li Qingshan, waiting for him to make a decision. "I told you that the Clam King of Mirage Sea isn't that simple, but you don't have to worry too much. Fellow Taoist Tree King must have his reasons for not letting you tell me this. It's not to harm me, or else he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. There must be a reason behind it," Li Qingshan said after some thought. "I'm sorry." Little An lowered her head. With her intelligence, how could she not understand this? Logically speaking, listening to the Banyan Tree King's orders would be the most beneficial, but she was unable to deceive him, so she could only apologize. "The only thing you did wrong was to say that." Li Qingshan lowered his head and said seriously. Little An's innocent expression was especially lovable. "Do you know your mistake now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Yes." Little An nodded with a smile. "Don't do it again in the future. I'll use the spirit turtle to divine again." Right now, no matter what Li Qingshan did, he was used to using the spirit turtle to divine his fate first. He had already done it once when he came here, but the future seemed to be shrouded in mist, preventing him from obtaining an accurate result. Clearly, it was the influence of the Fantasy Sea, but fortunately, there were no signs of death. No matter how mysterious the Fantasy Sea was, if it was a fatal death trap, it was impossible for there to be no warning with the miraculous abilities of the spirit turtle. That was why he dared to come here without any worries. However, when he performed the divination again, the result made him slightly stunned. Although the future was still blurry, it clearly showed danger, and there was even a hint of killing intent. He could not help but feel bewildered. Just knowing a few more things has caused such an obvious change in my fate. Normally speaking, shouldn't the more I know, the more I can avoid danger? If I was tricked by a lie, it would be understandable. However, the series of legendary information regarding the Fantasy Sea is clearly closer to the truth than the beautiful future described by the Banyan Tree King. "How is it?" Little An asked hurriedly. "Nothing changed." Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't lie to me. I didn't even lie to you." Little An pouted. "All right, it seems to have become a lot more dangerous," Li Qingshan said. "Sigh as expected." Little An could not help but sigh. This proved that she was indeed wrong. Compared to the bliss of ignorance, I would rather bear the danger of knowing. If you lie to me too, I will feel worse than death. Li Qingshan looked into Little An's eyes with a smile, and said very seriously. This was why Little An hesitated again and again, and finally made this choice, even though she knew it was wrong. Mutual trust was more important than life. "Do you still want to go?" "Of course. When have I ever been afraid of danger? It's not like I'm going to die for sure. Didn't I make it through a situation where I barely survived? Besides, curmudgeon myriad poisons is a little more troublesome." Li Qingshan smiled and flew to the end of the sea, diving into the Fantasy Sea with Little An. In an instant, the scenery around them changed greatly. Tall buildings rose from the ground. The concrete buildings were clearly the modern city that existed in Li Qingshan's memory. Under the hazy sky, they stood in the center of the crossroads. Complicated signal lights constantly flashed, and people and vehicles moved back and forth. No wonder the scenery everyone sees in the Fantasy Sea is different. So this illusion can reflect the inner world, Li Qingshan sighed. "This is where you've lived?" Little An said in surprise. She could tell that this unfamiliar city had its own set of operating rules. Only 2 people knew about Li Qingshan possessing innate wisdom. One was Brother Ox and the other was little Anne. He had mentioned it to her when he was copying novels in the past. Of course, in this wondrous world of the 9 provinces, this was not some great earth-shaking secret. How is it? Is it terrible? Li Qingshan smiled. A little, but you've thought about going back, right? Little Anne seemed to be in thought. I've definitely thought about it, but I've even made up my mind not to return to Crouching Ox Village, let alone this place. Let's go. Our destination should be there. Li Qingshan pointed into the distance. A building that did not fit in with the modern city stood there. It towered into the clouds, standing out from the crowd. This should be called the Clam. They walked along the street slowly and arrived below the building before long. An elegant plaque hung above the vermilion door. On it were the 2 words, Clam. Hey, I've guessed correctly. Li Qingshan smiled. However, a sliver of worry appeared in little Anne's eyes. Li Qingshan walked up and knocked on the door 3 times, loudly stating his intentions. He took out the card that the Banyan Tree King had written for him. The card suddenly moved and flew out of his hand. It spun and flew into the sky, burrowing into the hazy clouds. Li Qingshan looked up. The clam seemed like it was about to topple over. Before long, the vermilion door opened loudly, and a voice descended from the clouds. Since it's the Banyan Tree King's introduction, please come in. The voice was extremely pleasant, but it was neutral, making it difficult to tell whether it was male or female. Could it really be a woman? Li Qingshan thought. Although he wanted to fly up directly, he still stepped through the vermilion door. The vermilion door closed loudly again. However, the first floor of the clam was not as antique as Li Qingshan had imagined it to be. Instead, it was a metallic room filled with sci-fi colors. A foul wind blew over, and a huge monster stood in the middle of the room. Its black body flickered with a metallic luster. Its body leaned forward with its feet on the ground, and it dragged a spiky tail behind it. It let out a deafening roar and revealed layers of sharp teeth as it lunged over. Why does this thing look so much like the alien queen? As expected of an illusory realm. Do I have to fight my way up layer by layer? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. He casually punched out, and the monster that looked like the alien queen was instantly smashed into pieces. Its body fluids landed on the walls and ground, and immediately a layer of white smoke rose, corroding deep pits. After so many years, I still remember the setting of the strong acidic blood. In the future, when I'm free, I can write another novel and strengthen the divine talisman of great creation, Li Qingshan said with great interest. Gotcha. A metallic cabin door opened above his head. As expected, this is the way to play. Li Qingshan gradually realized that the various scenes in the illusory realm originated from his thoughts. If he knew nothing about the legend of the Mirage Sea and purely believed in the Banyan Tree King's words, things might have gone very smoothly. It was precisely because he had the thought that this trip was not as simple as it seemed that there was such an obstacle. This way, the Banyan Tree King's lies could be explained. In this world of the Mirage Sea, lies could also become truth. The survivors who escaped from the Mirage Sea had only managed to escape because they believed in a certain kind of lie. The mainstream view of the South Sea cultivation world might be the fatal factor. If you believe that the Clam King of Mirage Sea was using clam chi to hunt, then she really was hunting. Of course, all of this was just an assumption. It was not like looking into a mirror and seeing what was reflected. After all, the Mirage Sea was still controlled by the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She might really be hunting cultivators. Since this view had been recognized by the South Sea cultivation world for thousands of years, it might not be groundless. Chapter 831. Second floor. 5th floor. 10th floor. As Li Qingshan climbed up, he encountered all kinds of strange enemies. They were all from his imagination, and they were getting stronger and stronger. After reaching the 13th floor, he could no longer win easily, but he did not care. He unleashed his divine abilities and power, and the more he fought, the braver he became. He enjoyed it. Little Anne supported him from the side with a hint of deep worry in her eyes. I hope it's not like what I think. With a loud boom, the metal monster was blasted into pieces, and the door to the upper floor opened. "Little N, what floor is this?" Li Qingshan panted, and the wounds on his body slowly healed. The enemies were getting stronger and he was starting to feel tired. 99th floor. "But if we calculate the height, the top floor should be above us," Little N said calmly. "Is that so? I was just getting excited. Is this game called Go Up 100 Floors If You're a Man? Let's go." Li Qingshan laughed and flew up to the 100th floor of the Mirage. Long, colorful curtains hung down in the tranquil palace. Wind surged in from all directions through the open doors, and the curtains swayed in the wind. The various colors wove together, brushing past Li Qingshan's face. Then he caught a whiff of an obscure fragrance. The incense burner spat out curling smoke, but even the wind was unable to disperse it. It coiled around the palace like mist. Li Qingshan reminded Little N to be careful and walked cautiously to the center of the palace. Little N looked at his back and frowned slightly. The mirage went deep into the dark clouds. There was no height to calculate, and this was an illusion. Li Qingshan soon saw a figure dressed in colorful clothes. Her back was facing them, and she was drinking by herself. "May I ask if you are the Clam King of Mirage Sea?" Li Qingshan bowed and asked probingly. "I am. Please take a seat, esteemed guests. I've waited for a long time." The Clam Monarch of Mirage Sea waved her sleeve and spoke without even looking back, and she didn't seem to be displeased by Li Qingshan calling her fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan carefully circled around the Clam King of Mirage Sea. A dreamy and beautiful face appeared in front of him. He thought, it really is a woman. However, because he was in an illusion, he did not dare to confirm whether what he was seeing was real or fake. So he sat down in front of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Little N stood next to him and observed the legendary Clam King of Mirage Sea. Before Li Qingshan could speak, the Clam King of Mirage Sea said, "You said you need my help. Is it for myriad poison?" She glanced at Little N half-intentionally. "That's right. Only fellow Taoists can do this." Li Qingshan cupped his hands. "Sure." The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled and stood up. She made her way over to Li Qingshan and extended her hand towards his head. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. His entire body tensed up, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was like a ferocious tiger that was ready to strike. Little N suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but out of trust in her and the fact that the spirit turtle did not warn him, he sat still. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's hand reached into Li Qingshan's forehead extremely gently, as if she had reached into a pool of water. It created a colorful ripple, and then she pulled out a jade-like dark green nascent soul. The nascent soul that looked like an infant had its eyes tightly shut and was in a deep sleep. It did not resist at all. Li Qingshan touched his unscathed forehead and could not help but be surprised. This was basically unbelievable. Something that even the Banyan Tree King found troublesome had been resolved so easily by her. Everyone has their own specialties. The Clam King of Mirage Sea seemed to read Li Qingshan's thoughts and said with a smile. She sat down again and raised her cup towards him from afar. "Thank you, fellow." Li Qingshan was overjoyed inside. He also raised his cup, about to drink it all. Qingshan. However, Little N pressed down on his shoulder again. Earlier she did not allow him to fight, but now she did not allow him to drink. Li Qingshan looked at Little N in surprise. Little N bowed towards the Clam King of Mirage Sea. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. We still have matters to attend to, so it's time for us to leave." "You still have to drink?" The Clam King of Mirage Sea fiddled around with the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent soul as her smile flickered. "Haha, there will still be opportunities in the future, but we really do have urgent matters to attend to. Thank you, fellow. We'll be taking our leave first." Li Qingshan also sensed that something was amiss, so he stood up. At this moment, the spirit turtle actually gave off an intense warning. But before he could respond, he felt dizzy. Suddenly, he saw the incense cauldrons around him. There's poison in the smoke. But that should not be the case. Even the myriad poison ancestor's poison could not kill him, let alone some sleeping smoke. His body swayed and he sat down again, sprawled on the mat and slept soundly. "But it's fine if you don't drink it." The Clam King of Mirage Sea tasted the alcohol slowly. Her face suddenly blurred as if it was separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. Even her voice became hazy, making it impossible to distinguish her gender or age. Only her eyes remained clear. Various colors swirled and rippled in them like a kaleidoscope. Staring at little Anne, "What are you trying to do?" Little Anne stood in front of Li Qingshan with his sword in hand, completely unaffected by the sleeping smoke. "You really are strange. Can't you guess what I'm trying to do? How can a place as dangerous as the Mirage Sea allow people to come and go freely?" Even he refused to believe that it would be that simple. He was constantly on guard, so it obviously could not be that simple. "It's said that I created this illusion to prey on cultivators." The Clam King of Mirage Sea licked her lips. Is it because that's what he thinks? The thing that Little Anne worried about the most had finally happened. The reason why the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence had been resolved so easily was because of the Banyan Tree King's month-long indoctrination, which convinced Li Qingshan that the Clam King of Mirage Sea would help him. However, learning about the true face of the Mirage Sea and the ominous outcome of the divination made him raise his guard and develop hostility. After the battle on the 100 Floors, this hostility only grew. In the real world, this thought was nothing at all. Even parents, siblings, friends, and husband and wife would often develop hostility. It would be fine as long as it did not erupt. However, this was an illusion that reflected the human heart, and the Clam King of Mirage Sea was far too powerful and strange. Haven't you heard of the saying that illusions arise from the heart? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled. He doesn't treat you as an enemy. Little Anne was afraid of telling Li Qingshan his guess because he was afraid he would develop even greater hostility, which would make the trip even more dangerous. Otherwise, he would be dead already, the Clam King of Mirage Sea said slowly. The cultivators who had died in the Mirage Sea had treated the Clam King of Mirage Sea as an enemy precisely because they believed in the mainstream view. The outcome of a battle against a peak third heavenly tribulation demon king in an illusion obviously went without saying. "What do you want?" Little Anne knew that fighting was useless, so he just stowed his sword away and let Li Qingshan lie down with his head on her lap. Chapter 832. The Clam King of Mirage Sea poked the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence with the tip of her finger. This enemy that Li Qingshan found troublesome was currently sleeping, as delicate as a real infant. In this world of the Mirage Sea, the Clam King was the absolute ruler. Whether it was the poisonous alcohol or the bewildering smoke, they were just mediums. What truly took effect was still the Clam King of Mirage Sea's unbelievable power. No matter how cautious Li Qingshan was, she could pull him into a dream with just a blink of an eye. "I'm willing to dream this dream for him," Little Anne said to the Clam King of Mirage Sea as she cradled Li Qingshan's head. "No matter how close you are, there are some things that cannot be replaced. Originally, I wanted to give you a dream too, but unfortunately, your heart is empty. Nothing can be reflected, let alone a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Little Anne said. "Oh my, I think I've let the cat out of the bag." The Clam King of Mirage Sea stuck out her tongue and covered her mouth as she giggled. Just now, her composed, elegant, and noble image had suddenly collapsed. She was like a child who had succeeded in a prank, but her face remained a blur the entire time as if it constantly flowed and changed among the faces. Little Anne understood that this image of hers, even the way she spoke and did things, originated from Li Qingshan's imagination to a large extent. Only now that Li Qingshan had fallen asleep did she gradually reveal her true face. Regular people could not see this true face, as when people interacted with others, it was inevitable for them to have some preconceived notions and some illusions. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's existence itself would be distorted and affected, just like how everyone saw a different Mirage Sea. The Clam King of Mirage Sea had 1,000 faces too. Only Little Anne practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, being colorless and without self, without sense and without form. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's image was unable to receive the support of impressions and imagination, which was why she presented this true face that had no fixed face. They sighed in their hearts, "What a strange existence. All right, the dream has been formed. Come, let us take a look. Let's have a drink." The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled and pointed at Li Qingshan's head from afar. Li Qingshan's head shone brightly, and the roof above him suddenly turned into a colorless and transparent gas. Under the illumination of the light, it shone with a myriad of colors and gradually condensed into a picture hanging in the sky. Boundless yellow sand spread out. Poplar trees, ancient cities, ruins, and broken walls formed a desolate scene. Li Qingshan stood on a sand dune. This is the fantasy sea. Beside him, little Anne replied, "It should be an illusion. This nightmare seems to be very special." Clam King of Mirage Sea watched the scene with great interest. "This is..." Little Anne looked up. This nightmare did not seem dangerous at all. The Clam King of Mirage Sea countered with a question. "Do you know what is the most primitive, deepest, most enduring, and most powerful emotion in a person's heart? Love." Naturally, this was not little Anne's answer. Instead, it was a young girl who jumped out of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's body. She cupped her hands and had an expression of yearning. Blazing but not lasting. The Clam King of Mirage Sea shook her head. The young girl paled. Friendship. A forthright man with an unkempt beard jumped out of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's body. The White Emperor still holds his sword when he knows. The Clam King of Mirage Sea waved her hand in disdain. The man was silent. Kinship. A white-haired old granny said with a benevolent expression, "Loving mothers are common, but filial sons are hard to find." The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed. The old granny silently shed tears. Hatred, the twisted young man said darkly. Fabricated things. Thoughts. The wise man stroked his long beard. Nonsense. Figures jumped out one after another and gave different answers. They were all rejected by the Clam King of Mirage Sea and silently retreated. They talked to themselves, directed and acted like they were crazy. Dreams. Little Anne suddenly said. The Clam King of Mirage Sea paused slightly and smiled. Interesting, but it's still not right. Although everyone dreams, they are as fragile as bubbles, and they are just a beautification of desire. This complicated desire is not even worth mentioning compared to the true and only answer. Little Anne said nothing. It's fear. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice trembled. She spread her arms and roared at the sky. Then she hugged her shoulders and knelt on the ground. The figures around her all showed expressions of fear and disappeared. The fear of not being able to obtain, the fear of losing, the fear of life, the fear of death. The fear of advancing bravely is because of fear, the fear of hesitating is because of fear, the fear of shouting is because of fear, the fear of silence is because of fear. All living beings have fear in their hearts. Behind every action is fear. Failure will lead to greater fear. And success will lead to new fear. Fear, fear, fear. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice gradually weakened. She curled up on the ground and sobbed softly like a frightened child. So scary. So what? Little Anne said. The Clam King of Mirage Sea leaped up. It was as if her performance earlier was just a dream. She pointed at the reflection in the sky and said, "This is no ordinary nightmare. It's the deepest part of his heart. It's the greatest and deepest fear that stripped away of all those false desires and dreams. Do you really think he can survive?" Little Anne's expression changed. "Look, even you have fear. I understand now. There's no need to pull you into a dream at all. That would be too unreal. All I need to do is let you watch the thing you fear the most happen with a clear mind." The Clam King of Mirage Sea wretchedly rubbed her hands together and spoke in a mysterious tone. What is this?" The Clam King of Mirage Sea was slightly shocked and looked at the sky. At this moment, the first sandstorm in the reflection came. Oxen's whistle came from the dream and echoed throughout the entire Mirage Sea world. What kind of dream is this? Is he scared to death of this bull? The Clam King of Mirage Sea was confused. While she could create dreams, she could not decipher every detail. She hurriedly tried to maintain the dream. Very soon, Oxen disappeared into the sandstorm. Li Qingshan found the stone pillar, but he could not find any trace of little Anne. It looks like that bull is not afraid but a powerful symbol. To him, an unusual miracle almost burst the dream. But isn't this fantasy a little too surreal? The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed. She felt that it was slightly strange for her to say this. After all, He had seen the most bizarre and dazzling dream illusions. Even the modern city Li Qingshan had imagined only slightly surprised him. Look, the real show is coming. Now that he's lost you, he can only move forward alone in the desert. His fear is growing deeper and deeper. The Clam King of Mirage Sea lay down comfortably and enjoyed the dream as she munched on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, she asked Little End, "Do you want some?" Little End ignored her and looked up at Li Qingshan passing through the sandstorms. The confusion on his face grew heavier and heavier. He felt a slight pain in his heart formed from magic power. This kid's fear is really unusual. Normal people would only see some terrifying monsters or enemies that have come back from the dead. It's worth mentioning that I've appeared many times. However, this kid's desire on the surface is to fight monsters and climb buildings. He's basically a battle maniac. In other words, he's not afraid of fighting me? How daring. But it's still the same. Fear is the most primitive and deepest emotion in a person's heart. There is no exception, so accept your fate. Why don't we make a bet on how he'll die? The Clam King of Mirage Sea took out another bucket of popcorn, as if she was watching a novel movie with great interest. Little End drew his sword and said, "Wake him up immediately and let us go, or I'll kill you." "Kill me?" The Clam King of Mirage Sea pointed at her own nose, and her ever-changing face suddenly froze. It was the overlapping of thousands of faces, all filled with disbelief. "Do you know who I am? I'm the Mirage Sea. Hi, King. Wahahaha. Cough, 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 cough." The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice shook up the space. She let out a wild laugh before coughing violently. She choked on the popcorn. "I don't have the slightest hostility towards you," said Little Anne. The Clam King of Mirage Sea leaned on her hand and was troubled. "That really is a problem." "Yep, then I'll let you chop to your heart's content." Shaoan slashed down with her sword. The Clam King of Mirage Sea brought her palms together and caught the edge of the sword. "Your sword is a little strange. I feel like I can't let you hit me." In the Mirage Sea world, with the Clam King of Mirage Sea's strength, even if the myriad poison ancestor struck out at full strength when he was in peak condition, he would not be able to harm a single hair on the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She would already be lucky enough to escape from the Mirage Sea. However, the Buddha-slaying sword was not a regular arcane treasure. It possessed a unique power, which even made the Clam King of Mirage Sea feel a hint of danger. Little End tried to pull the Buddha-slaying sword, but it did not budge. The pale white samadhi flames of white bone lit up in his eyes, and the skull prayer beads slipped into his hand. "Give up. If you had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, I would also be fearful, but right now, you're nowhere close to being my opponent. If this continues, your empty heart will develop true hostility or even killing intent for him. By then you'll be in danger too. I don't want to kill you." The Clam King of Mirage Sea said sternly, like a warning, but also like a persuasion. The color in her eyes changed, unleashing the bearing of a supreme demon king. She was even more powerful than Li Qingshan imagined her to be. However, Little End ignored her. "Release him. Look, he's going to die. He's going to die. Look back. Don't miss the most fascinating part." The Clam King of Mirage Sea pointed at the reflection in the sky and called out like she was having a seizure. Little End suddenly turned around. Li Qingshan had collapsed in the white desert and was gradually buried by the white sand. At the same time, his aura became extremely weak. He was not injured at all, but he was on the verge of death. Little End lunged over and shook him hard, shouting, "Qingshan, wake up. It's just a dream." The reflection in the dream completely faded into darkness. "It's over. It's an extremely wonderful dream, one that makes one gasp in amazement. It makes one feel that those who dream of monsters and enemies in their nightmares are basically weak cowards. This is a nightmare that is truly worth watching, but it proves to us once again that even such brave and fearless people actually have great fear hidden in their hearts, and fear can kill." The Clam King of Mirage Sea stood up and introduced the dream to the non-existent audience. She first praised, then sighed and finally responded with a smile. Yet at this moment, the reflection in the dream lit up again, and the Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly turned around. Why isn't it over yet? Was that not his greatest fear just now?" When Li Qingshan woke up from the cowshed in the dream, The Clam King of Mirage Sea was dumbfounded. Her mouth fell open without a care for her image, and the melon seeds in her hands scattered all over the ground. What do you want? You still don't know, but all struggles are futile. As a result, she followed him, watching as he paced about in this exitless maze in search of a dream that did not exist at all. He was disappointed time and time again, but he never felt despair. He was tempted time and time again, but he never stopped. Unknowingly, she accompanied him through several decades of this dream. Finally, one day he stopped and looked back. The shadow of death filled the air. He could clearly sense it too. After a moment of thought, he laughed aloud and uttered his final words. "Regret my ass." It was earth-shattering, leaving the Clam King of Mirage Sea stunned. She murmured to herself, "He actually defeated this nightmare. No, it's not exactly a victory, nor is there a possibility of victory. He just persisted the entire time without admitting defeat, even to the very last moment of his life. What an extremely stupid method." Vaguely, she seemed to see an indomitable oxen. The ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. Perhaps life was a meaningless persistence, but persistence itself was the greatest meaninglessness. Perhaps there was no brother ox, no little and no 9 heavens in this world, but even if he had forgotten some things and lost the various divine abilities of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, there was a spirit that had been deeply engraved in a place even deeper than fear. Perhaps he would never be able to defeat fear, but this would not stop him from continuing to fight. Moo! The dream shattered. Butterflies flew through the boundless darkness, dancing with indescribable colors. They flowed with equally indescribable colors and dyed the black curtain. Following little Anne's call, Li Qingshan woke up from his dream. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at little Anne's joyful face. The floodgates of his memories were instantly opened, and all kinds of languages, voices, and images surged out. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was extremely exhausted, but he also felt an indescribable joy. Wonderful! This is truly wonderful! The Clam King of Mirage Sea clapped hard and did not hesitate to express the admiration in her heart. As Li Qingshan woke up, her appearance stabilized once more. It was a dreamy and beautiful face. "Clam King of Mirage Sea," Li Qingshan roared. He immediately understood that the nightmares he had experienced were all because of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She was not as kind and gentle as the Banyan Tree King had described her to be. He was even more furious that she had treated his nightmares like a movie. "I know you're very angry, but you can't blame me for this. Fellow little Anne, you'd better explain to him and have him control his hostility. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from attacking." The Clam King of Mirage Sea spread her hands and wore an innocent expression that was asking for a beating. "Qingshan." Little Anne hugged Li Qingshan tightly from behind and murmured, "Little Anne." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He could sense that her emotions were fluctuating violently. Chapter 834. A while later, Little Anne explained the entire story to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan could not help but find it unbelievable. In his opinion, every single demon king was an extremely powerful and independent individual. They all had their own distinct personalities and opinions. It was far too strange for the Clam King of Mirage Sea to display different attitudes and stances based on the other party's will. He could not help but reevaluate the Clam King of Mirage Sea before him. Just what kind of existence was she? His initial guess that she was trapped by love was basically a joke. Then why did she spend her entire life wandering the South Sea? "It's all my..." Little Anne was about to apologize when Li Qingshan interrupted him. "What?" "Nothing." Little Anne lowered his head. "That's more like it. It feels like many years have passed, but don't think I don't remember what I said." Li Qingshan smiled. However, this also explained why the Banyan Tree King did not tell him the truth. Once he learnt the Clam King of Mirage Sea was a monster like this, it would be impossible for him not to raise his guard. It would be very difficult for him to deal with the myriad poison ancestors' soul nascence smoothly. However, there were still many twists and turns in the end, and it was still not over yet, as even a blind person could sense his deep hostility, let alone the Clam King of Mirage Sea who could read minds. Who knew what kind of changes would occur? But he had never been afraid of a challenge. He said to the Clam King of Mirage Sea, in other words, I asked for all of this myself. It's not your fault at all. You can't blame the mirror if you're ugly, right? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled like a flower. Then now that everything has happened, can you let us go? Li Qingshan composed himself and controlled his battle intent. No. The Clam King of Mirage Sea said firmly. Really? Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. As it seemed, there was no way they could be amicable this time. But how was he supposed to defeat the Clam King of Mirage Sea? Don't worry. I don't plan on bullying you anymore. The Clam King of Mirage Sea waved her hand with a smile. Bullying? Li Qingshan frowned. He had clearly been forced into dire straits, enduring unprecedented suffering. Yet it was actually just bullying? It was really unpleasant. Although it's called bullying, it's actually very beneficial to you. Although you have a kind of courage to advance bravely, in the end you are still too young. Without tempering your mind, your cultivation speed will become slower and slower. And it's very easy for you to fall into a bottleneck. This dream allows you to face the fear in your heart. It can be considered as making up for your shortcomings. This is rarer than any miraculous elixir. Although it was a little dangerous, you should be thanking me for the result. The Clam King of Mirage Sea tilted her head and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes with a smile. This is really hard to be moved. Perhaps I should thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Li Qingshan looked inside his body. Although he was extremely tired, he was unprecedentedly clear, like a rusted sword that had been sharpened and became sharp. In his heart, he had to admit that the benefits that this dream brought him were truly indescribable. First of all, he gained a deeper comprehension of the Ox Demon transformation. Although he had forcefully pushed the Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, it was like a child playing around with a huge blade. He had never been able to use it freely, only able to purely use its great destructive power. Only in the battle against the myriad poison ancestor did he comprehend the use of the gravity of the earth. Now with his brand new vitality, he only needed to consolidate it, and he would be able to unleash even greater power than the 5th layer of the Ox Demon. He could not help but sigh. He was no longer angry at the Clam King of Mirage Sea. There was no point in fighting a crazy person. Also, this crazy person really did look a little scary. It was better to keep some distance. No! The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly turned around, and the thousands of faces roared together. The incomparably enormous pressure made Li Qingshan feel like he was looking at the Dragon King of the Sea again. He asked in return, what else do you want? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled. The sky returned to blue, and the sun shone brightly. It was as beautiful as a dream. As a reward for your spectacular performance, I've decided to give you a gift. I don't really want it, but all right. Li Qingshan had to admit that he was still rather curious. A streak of green light was tossed towards Li Qingshan. It was the myriad poison ancestor's slumbering soul nascence. Li Qingshan caught it carefully, and all he heard was the Clam King of Mirage Sea say, I've already completely suppressed his will. He won't put up any resistance even if you use him to forge an artifact. Li Qingshan thought of something and suddenly thought of a bold idea. If he used the 3rd ability of the Tiger Demon, abetting the tiger, against the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence, he wondered if he could turn him into a haunt. In the past, he would never have dared to consider something like that. The will of a great cultivator was far too powerful. If he was careless, he might even suffer a backlash. However, it was a heaven-sent opportunity right now. In the past, he had also turned a group of demon commanders into haunt, but the souls that had lost their bodies and demon cores were far too weak. They were not of much practical use at all, so he could not be bothered with them afterwards, handing them all to Little and to Refine. However, soul nascence was different. It was the condensation of a great cultivator's cultivation. Even if their bodies were destroyed, it would not affect their strength too much. If he could turn it into a haunt, that would be equivalent to obtaining a great cultivator's servant, And it would be absolutely loyal and would never betray him. It would be much more useful than a blood oath scroll or something like that. Then thank you for your gift, fellow. We're about to bid farewell. Li Qingshan did say that with some sincerity. Although he had gone through unprecedented danger during this trip, it was all worth it if he could obtain something like this. Stop right there. Who said this was my gift? Do you even have a brain? You clearly brought this yourself, so why would I be so petty as to give it to you as a gift? Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan. The Clam King of Mirage Sea grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and bellowed fiercely. Say it, say it. I'm in the wrong, all right? Li Qingshan wiped the spit off his face. For the first time in his life, he was completely unmoved by a great beauty. Although he had been scolded for no reason, he began to look forward to it. Just what kind of gift could make the mighty Clam King of Mirage Sea so serious? An arcane treasure? That was too tacky. He just felt like it should be something more precious. The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. She whispered into his ear, "This world is a dream. Warm, fragrant, and fragrant." In that instant, Li Qingshan had to admit that he was slightly moved, but before he could feel it in detail, the Clam King of Mirage Sea had already left. She stared straight at him as if asking, "How is it?" Huh? Li Qingshan was stunned. He pointed at his ear and said in disbelief, "The gift you're talking about is what you said just now? This gift is too heavy, isn't it? But I believe that you can endure it." The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed again. She could not bear to look at him anymore, afraid that he would be crushed by this gift. You're such a big idiot to believe a crazy person like me. Li Qingshan raised his head and took a deep breath so that he would not explode. He lowered his head and clasped his hands together. I'll accept this gift. Can we go now? The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Qingshan's heart. With his experience from last time, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. The tip of her finger touched his chest and produced a rainbow-colored ripple. Afterwards, she reached in and pulled out an item. Of course, what she took out was not his heart, but Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation that had been sealed for a long time. You're a disciple of the school of novels, right? The Clam King of Mirage Sea played with the divine talisman of great creation that flowed with colorful light. What else do you have to say? If you want this thing, I'll give it to you, all right? I'm begging you, do a good deed and let us go. Li Qingshan could not stand this crazy person anymore. Chapter 835. Huh. Li Qingshan stilled. He suddenly understood what she meant when she said, "This world is a dream." He no longer cared if he would offend her. I think you're crazy. When you're in the dream, who doesn't think you're crazy? Tell me, are you crazy? Clam King of Mirage Sea grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and shouted fiercely. Suddenly, she showed fear and looked around in panic. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and said to Li Qingshan in a low voice, "Say, is someone watching us right now? If my performance is too bad, will I be killed?" Li Qingshan subconsciously looked around and suddenly reacted. He pushed her away. "Fuck you, it's fine if you're crazy, but don't infect me. Tell me, what should I do?" Clam King of Mirage Sea roared and gripped the divine talisman of great creation in her hand. With a crack, cracks appeared and blood seeped into it. "I don't know." Li Qingshan shouted at her. "You think saying you don't know is enough? You idiot." Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice grew louder. "Stupid or smart, I follow the guidance of my heart. If I will wake up from this dream one day, why should I worry? If this is a dream I won't wake up from, then there's even less to worry about." Li Qingshan did not think he was an extremely smart person, so he did not think about things he could not understand. I see. Idiots really live easier lives. Clam King of Mirage Sea was stunned for a moment and sighed with a bitter smile. "If you say another word, I'll beat you up." Li Qingshan was angry. "It's not like you can beat me." Clam King of Mirage Sea said disdainfully. "All right, I've said what I wanted to say. We can go now." Li Qingshan was helpless. "I've thought for thousands of years, but I still can't understand." Clam King of Mirage Sea looked at the sky in a daze and sighed as she closed her eyes. A long time later, she opened them again and said, "Forget it." She seemed to be relieved of a great burden. In an instant the world shook. As far as Li Qingshan could see, the haze that shrouded the sky above the city dissipated. The high-rise buildings below collapsed, and the people screamed in fear. They were like headless flies bumping into each other. It was like a scene from a disaster movie. A 100-story skyscraper collapsed. Many people stared blankly at the shadow enveloping them, forgetting to escape. However, the moment the building hit the ground, it silently burst into countless colorful bubbles of various sizes. Be it the reinforced concrete, the people, or the trees, they all turned into bubbles and danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, the city had completely disappeared, leaving only the tall mirage standing alone. Bubbles floated in all directions, filling the entire world and bursting at high altitudes. The illusion was collapsing. The blue sky twisted and rippled with colors. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that they were in a giant bubble. Outside the bubble, thunder could be heard in the distance. Li Qingshan was surprised. He exchanged glances with Shaoan. "Don't tell me this is..." Last question, Li Qingshan. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's figure gradually turned illusory. She asked, "Now tell me, am I real?" "I don't know," Li Qingshan said honestly. He really could not understand the Clam King of Mirage Sea. The thunder grew closer and louder. It contained a terrifying aura that could crush and destroy everything. This was, without a doubt, the fourth heavenly tribulation. The thousands of years of thinking might have been nothing, but even if he could not obtain an answer, he could let go of the question. She had begun the tribulation. She would ascend to another world, or she would turn into dust in the tribulation lightning. This would be the time to bid farewell. All right then. At least remember my name just like how you remember Little and in that cow. Suddenly he looked over, only to see the Clam King of Mirage Sea, Shan Mengdai, covering her eyes with her hand as she gazed into the distant horizon. She acted like it had nothing to do with her. Even little Anne, who had always remained unfazed, was taken aback. Li Qingshan glanced at the sky before lowering his head to look at her. He said in surprise, "Aren't you? How stupid." The one who ascended was clearly a butterfly. "I'm called the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Do you think the clam and the butterfly are the same thing?" Shen Mengdai said with a disdainful expression. "Why didn't you? We're living in a dream. Who knows what will happen after ascension? Although there are 6 paths of reincarnation, it might be a huge lie. What if that dreamer doesn't dream of the world outside the 9 provinces, and that place is just a dreamless void? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? How can I take such a risk?" Shen Mengdai explained seriously. Suddenly she frowned. "No, you can't say that. It's too disrespectful." She knelt down toward the sky and chanted piously, "O great master of dreams, I am your loyal servant. Please forgive my rudeness. You useless idiot, kill me if you have the guts." After saying this, she looked around cautiously. However, the sea breeze was calm, and the moonlight was gentle. Nothing happened. Her lips curled into a smug smile. That smile gradually widened into hysterical laughter. She leaped up, waved her arms, and jumped and ran on the surface of the sea. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm the smartest. I'm the strongest. You're all idiots." Li Qingshan finally confirmed one thing. She really had gone mad. However, he was unsure whether what he saw right now was just an illusion she had left behind, or whether the butterfly that had flown away had always been a dream of hers. Regardless, she had indeed undergone the 4th heavenly tribulation, and she was no longer bound by the Mirage Sea. Just the thought of a super madwoman like her was terrifying. After going mad, Shen Mengdai arrived before Li Qingshan again. She walked over the waves, elegant and serene, as beautiful as a dream. It was impossible to imagine what she looked like when she went mad. She said, "I'm leaving." "Where?" Li Qingshan asked instinctively, but he regretted it as soon as he asked it. What did that have to do with him? "The Dragon Province. I still have a debt to settle." Shen Mengdai revealed a chilling, sunken smile. Afterwards, before Li Qingshan could say anything, she burst like a bubble and vanished. All that remained was her final words, echoing through the sea, under the moon, and in his heart. Chapter 836. The wind blew quietly, and the cloudless night sky was illuminated by the extraordinarily large silver moon. The distant stars formed a resplendent river of stars. Li Qingshan held the divine talisman of great creation, and remained silent for a very long time. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like a dream. He muttered to himself, Shen Mingda. Suddenly he smiled. Probably no one could imagine just what kind of upheaval this crazy woman, who had been trapped in the South Sea for several thousand years, would bring to the world after undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation. From now on, the Dragon Province would be filled with trouble. Of course, even now, he was still extremely doubtful of what she had said. He felt like she had lost herself too deeply in the illusions, which was why she had become so crazy. She was like the authors who had been scared to death by their own horror novels in the news from his past life. However, it was exactly because of such strange existences that the 9 provinces were so interesting, making people yearn for them. Alright. I look forward to our reunion in the Dragon Province. However, when the time comes, I'll bully you viciously. He stowed the divine talisman of great creation away and smiled. He was very vengeful. With that, he looked around. The surroundings were calm, so he could not help but smile bitterly. This crazy woman had almost made him lose his mind. He just felt like she could appear at any time. Qingshan, look. What's that? Little and suddenly pointed to the south. Li Qingshan followed her finger and saw a protruding semicircle on the horizon. It should be an island. That seemed to be the only explanation given how far away it was. But it wasn't there earlier. Before Little and could finish, Li Qingshan noticed something strange as well. The island was clearly rapidly enlarging, approaching them at an unbelievable speed. The calm sea suddenly began to surge. Li Qingshan called out to Little Anne, and they immediately flew north. It definitely would not be easy to deal with something like that. Fortunately, although they had experienced great danger in the Mirage Sea, they were basically uninjured. They were currently flying at full speed, so they moved extremely quickly. However, when Li Qingshan looked back, he was shocked to find that the island was approaching at a speed that was clearly faster and larger. Just as Li Qingshan was wondering what kind of calamity he was about to get himself into, the island stopped at the place where the Sea King of Mirage Sea was undergoing its tribulation. So the target wasn't us but that crazy woman. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He flew for another distance and concealed his aura. Then he executed the mystic light illuminates all, and zoomed in on the scene hundreds of kilometers away. So big. Li Qingshan let out a cry of surprise. That island was actually a giant whale that was tens of thousands of meters long. A light wave of its tail would stir up a tsunami, and a jet of water would shoot up into the sky, as if it wanted to wash away the bright moon in the sky. In the face of this inconceivably huge strange creature, he could not help but sigh as if he had seen a god. It's the Great Whale King, one of the 72 demon monarchs. According to the records, he swims in the deep sea and never comes to the coastal waters. Very few people have seen him. Legend has it that his whale song is very beneficial to the soul. I think it's similar to the chant of Devanaga performed by a monk king at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, but it's definitely hard to hear. Little and introduced calmly. Just like the Clam King of Mirage Sea, this was a colossus of the South Sea. However, one swam in the deep sea, while the other was trapped in the Mirage Sea. As smart as she was, she did not expect we'll cross paths with them. All of a sudden, the deep and boundless whale song, together with the surging of the sea, flew over hundreds of miles of the sea and entered Li Qingshan's ears. He had heard countless songs before, including popular music and beautiful classical music. However, there was not a single sound that could compare to this boundless whale song. It was like the soul of the sea was singing, and even his mind trembled. The whale song came in waves, each higher than the last. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and listened, feeling the vastness of the sea. His tired mind gradually calmed down. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like passing clouds. In the end, all that was left was this solemn and ethereal whale song that reverberated in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the whale song stopped. The Great Whale King seemed to glance at Li Qingshan through the profound light illuminates all. Its dark eyes seemed to freeze the entire deep sea, deep and serene. Then it did not linger any longer, turning back and swimming towards the depths of the sea. An irrepressible desire suddenly rose in Li Qingshan's heart. He wanted to cast everything aside and follow him into the depths of the endless sea. He wanted to float along with the waves, roam the sea, and not have to fight or worry anymore. However, he returned to his senses very soon. Now was not the time. He still had a heavy responsibility. He had to continue forward until he reached the heavens and stood beside that figure. As a result, he watched the huge whale gradually shrink, finally disappearing from the surface of the sea. She's probably here to see Shen Ming die off. However, she doesn't know that crazy woman has already gone to the dragon province. Li Qingshan could hear the farewell in the whale song. There was even a hint of joy, for she had finally broken out of the mirage sea and emerged as a butterfly. She has always doubted her own existence. She wants me to remember her as proof, but she doesn't know that someone has always remembered her. Afterwards, Li Qingshan discovered that he had unknowingly mastered the arts of the boundless ocean. This cultivation method that he had once placed great importance on had been eliminated before he could even reach the 9th layer. Even if he comprehended it now, it did not seem to be of much use anymore. However, so what? What mattered was that he would never forget the whale song under the moon. He would let it resound in his heart until the day when he was relieved of the heavy responsibility on his body, and would listen to its call. Until then, he would carry on fighting with fear and dreams. Under the glow of the setting sun, Li Qingshan and Little and saw the coastline. Afterwards, they continued towards Savage Mountain. Qingshan, Little and suddenly called out, "Yes, what is it?" Li Qingshan turned around and looked at her with a smile. "In your dreams, did you want to kiss me?" Little and stared straight at him with her clear eyes, as if she could see the bottom of his heart. "It's not like I haven't kissed you before." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as he said unconcernedly, "Not your face, your mouth." Little and was extremely skilled at observing his expressions. Even the slightest expression could not escape her eyes. In order to emphasize it, she even purposefully pointed at his lips. "Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't." Li Qingshan's eyes widened like a bull's. "You're blushing," Little and said. She added in her heart, "And it's very red." "That's because of the light," Li Qingshan refuted. "But the side without the light is also red." "Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. We have to hurry back." Li Qingshan sped up and flew away. He had always been known for his bravery, but now, his back seemed to be in a rather sorry state. He heard little Anne's bell-like laughter behind him. Even though the slumbering enemy put up less of a resistance, they were unable to make eye contact. In this dangerous moment, it instead pushed the power of the innate ability to the limit. The surroundings twisted and changed, going from the pitch-black belly of the mountain to a gloomy forest. Miasma gathered in the air, such that even the scenery slightly further away became blurry. Why did I fall under a tree? No, I have to hurry back. It's far too dangerous here. A shaman young man said in a panic. A young shaman said in a panic. Although his face was smeared with paint, he seemed to resemble the myriad poison ancestor when he was young. When he tried to find a large tree to climb up, the wind began to rise in the forest. Why is there wind here? The young man gazed in the direction of the wind. The thick miasma that had not dispersed for millennia suddenly surged and dispersed, like subjects welcoming the arrival of their king. 2 specks of scarlet light vaguely appeared. Oh! There was a vicious tiger's roar, and the entire forest shook. The fierce wind became even more violent, completely dispersing the miasma and revealing a vicious tiger. Its fur was scarlet like fire, shining with glossy light in the darkness. It was covered in bright, black patterns, and the character for king was written on its forehead. The tiger saw the young man and walked over slowly. The young man wanted to flee, but he became feeble from fright. The tiger pounced at him gently and pressed him under its front paw, lowering its head and staring at him. A foul smell assaulted his face. The young man looked back in fright. The scarlet eyes were forever engraved in his soul. Li Qingshan jerked awake and looked at his hands. They had not turned into tiger claws. What was that all about earlier? Was I dreaming again? He dreamed that he had turned into a vicious tiger, roaming through the dense forests of the Mist Province before hunting. Li Qingshan discovered that the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul had already been dyed by the strange light. It stared at Li Qingshan with its eyes wide open, but there was no resentment or hatred anymore. There was only obedience from the bottom of its heart. Was that the myriad poison ancestor's dream earlier? Looks like it was a terrifying nightmare too. He was alarmed by me and woke up from the dream, but then he was affected by the tiger demon's innate ability and pulled back into the dream. My consciousness entered his sea of consciousness with it. Li Qingshan guessed. In the end, he could not help but sigh. It's all because of that crazy woman in the end. He had personally witnessed the Clam King of Mirage Sea's power. Clearly, it was not that easy to break free from her nightmare. And the tiger demon's innate ability still seemed to have abilities that he had yet to uncover. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Apart from turning his soul into a haunt, would it be effective in deterring the enemy if he used it in regular battles? There was no need for the enemy to directly submit to him. All he needed to do was deter them. Even if it was for a split second, it could be the difference between life and death. This nightmare sure has brought me quite a lot of benefits. At this moment, the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul suddenly let out a baby-like cry and flew high into the air. It shone with rings of green light, illuminating the entire hall. Li Qingshan gazed over. The myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul rapidly grew up, actually turning back into the myriad poison ancestor in the end. When the green light dispersed, it landed before Li Qingshan again and directly knelt down. It was filled with shame and regret. Great King, please forgive this old man for his great disrespect. Seeing how his mortal enemy had become like this, Li Qingshan could not help but be taken aback. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, but he refused to believe it completely, afraid that it was a trap. As a result, he straightened himself out and coughed gently. Old bastard, do you know your crimes? I do. The myriad poison ancestor bowed his head repeatedly. What crimes? Tell me. Some of the doubt in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished. Great cultivators had their own pride. It was basically impossible for them to do something like that. First, I shouldn't have launched a sneak attack on Savage Mountain while the Great King was away, much less resent the Great King over the deaths of my disciples. Afterwards, the Great King wanted to kill me, so I should have stood still and allowed the Great King to kill me. Then I tried to flee, which added to my crimes. I can't even bear it even if I die. I only hope the Great King can allow me to make up for my crimes with merit. With how wise and valiant the Great King is, you'll definitely unite the 9 provinces in the future. I'm willing to follow your lead. The myriad poison ancestor said a great deal of flattery again. Clearly, the myriad poison cult possessed a legacy like that, which even made Li Qingshan feel embarrassed. He barked, "Shut up." Yes. The myriad poison ancestor immediately shut up. He was extremely obedient. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. He had finally come to an end with this battle, and he had benefited greatly from it. His laughter echoed through the surroundings before gradually dying down, turning into a long sigh again. Seeing a powerful opponent who had fought him to the death reduced to such a state was an extremely delightful matter, but it also made him feel rather sorrowful. The path of cultivation was so cruel. Once he failed, he might end up begging for death. There was no point in taking revenge anymore. After confirming that the myriad poison ancestor had already submitted to the tiger demon's ability, he said, "You can rise." Li Qingshan then asked about the myriad poison ancestor's current state. The myriad poison ancestor truly was a knowledgeable great cultivator after all, immediately giving him an explanation. Throughout history, a few great cultivators would become ghost cultivators after their bodies were destroyed, unable to find a suitable body with their soul nascence. As a result, they would become ghost cultivators, and their strength would be equivalent to ghost kings. Of course, ghosts were not immortal. In particular, ghost cultivators in the world of the living might even have a shorter lifespan than when they were humans. Once their time was up, their souls would disperse if they did not return to the 6 paths of Sasra. Then how much lifespan do you have left? Li Qingshan asked in a hurry. He had managed to recruit the strongest lackey after so much difficulty, so he had better not kick the bucket in just a few years. I've already cultivated for 957 years. Originally, I only had a few centuries left in my lifespan, but now that I've become a ghost cultivator, that might not necessarily be the case. If I continue doing things like before, my lifespan will decrease by over 100 years. If I cultivate in a land of extreme Yin, my lifespan will increase by quite a lot, and if I have a method for ghost cultivators, my lifespan will increase even further. If I stay in the hungry ghost realm, I might even be able to live for another few thousand or even 10,000 years. A few centuries is enough. Li Qingshan waved his hand and took out the Sumeru ring he had stolen from the myriad poison ancestor with a flip of his hand. With a gentle flick of his thumb, it landed in the myriad poison ancestor's hand. Although Ru Xian had searched through it, she had mainly taken away the medicinal ingredients for the scripture on poison. She had not touched anything else, including the arcane treasure, the Jade Throne. If he returned it to the myriad poison ancestor now, his strength would not suffer too much. The myriad poison ancestor bowed in thanks and put the Sumeru ring back on his finger. With that, how much of your strength will you be able to recover? Li Qingshan asked. 60%. Only 60%. Li Qingshan was surprised. This was slightly more than he had imagined. Suddenly becoming a ghost cultivator requires some time to adapt. By then it should be 70%. The cult treasure was destroyed, or I could increase it by another 10%. If I have a good method for ghost cultivators, I might be able to recover to 80% or even 90%. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands by his sides and said politely, like a loyal old butler, a method for ghost cultivators. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. He only knew that the Umbral Yin sect should possess powerful methods for ghost cultivators, but he was a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga right now. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Sword Collection Palace, he was basically an enemy of the Umbral Yin sect. I just happen to know a decent method for ghost cultivators. It can recover his strength to 100% or even higher. Little An walked in from outside. Chapter 838. Little Anne, as well as the daughter of Chu Lai King and the Dark Queen, had high hopes placed on her since she was young. She cultivated diligently. The Umbral Yin sect had many cultivation methods and secret manuals that regular disciples could not come into contact with, but she could read them freely. The Umbral Yin sect possessed a scripture of the Ghost King, a secret that only the path of ghost cultivators would pass on. It was similar to the Diamond Sutra of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Once the Diamond Sutra reached the third heavenly tribulation, it could turn into various vajras according to the different paths, such as the Fearless Guardian King, the Unraging Guardian King, the Raging Guardian King, the Unmovable Guardian King, and so on. However, with the scripture of the Ghost King, after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, it could become the Malevolent Eye Ghost King, the Blood-Devouring Ghost King, the Blight-Devouring Ghost King, the Soaring Ghost King, the Thousand-Eyed Ghost King, and so on. It was even more numerous than the former. No matter which path of cultivation a cultivator had taken when they were still alive, they could all find a corresponding path after becoming a ghost cultivator. Little Anne originally read through this cultivation method casually, but with how clever she was, she obviously had a photographic memory. She said to the myriad poison ancestor, "I'll pass this scripture of the Ghost King to you. With your cultivation, you can convert to the path of ghost cultivators very quickly and become a poison-assimilating Ghost King. Your methods with poison might even be better than before." "Thank you, sir." The myriad poison ancestor beamed. Although he had been subdued by Li Qingshan and turned into a haunt, he had not lost his intelligence. He still felt joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. "It won't make things difficult for you, right?" Li Qingshan asked little Anne. To a large sect, a cultivation method like this was definitely a secret that they would not pass on. "Compared to where we're going, This is just an insignificant detail, said little Anne. Fair enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Looking down from above, what was the umbral insect or even the 9 provinces worth? There were many things that were not taboo at all. If he could do it, he would do it. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. He said to little Anne, "The Tree King is calling me. Pass on the cultivation method to this old man." Then he said to the myriad poison ancestor, "From today onwards, see her like you see me." The myriad poison ancestor accepted the order politely. Li Qingshan arrived outside the belly of the mountain. The 10 cave masters bowed together and said loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Qingshan swept his gaze across the surroundings. Although he did not deliberately reveal his aura, every single cave master felt a sense of pressure. He couldn't help but lower his head. Li Qingshan was considering when he should use them to test out the new ability derived from accomplice to the tiger. It would be great if he could intimidate a living person. It would be equivalent to a blood oath scroll that could be used infinitely, and it would not be that troublesome. The myriad poison ancestor has already yielded to me, choosing to join us. From today onwards, I have no more opponents in the south apart from Fire Melt Mountain. The 10 cave masters were stunned at the same time. If the myriad poison ancestor being slain by Li Qingshan was already the most unbelievable matter, then this news would be even more shocking. After Li Qingshan had basically destroyed the myriad poison cult, the myriad poison ancestor had actually yielded to him. That was basically a fantasy. Your Majesty, please forgive Wufeng's rudeness. The myriad poison ancestor is full of tricks, so you have to be careful. Don't let him feign surrender, said Yu Wufeng. There was no blood oath scroll in the world that could restrain a great cultivator. The other cave masters said nothing, but they all felt like this was the final possibility. However, out of consideration for Li Qingshan's pride, they could not bring themselves to say anything. Since Yu Wufeng had started, they all chimed in. At the same time, they carefully observed Li Qingshan's expression. If the myriad poison ancestor suddenly rebelled, they would all lose their lives. If it were not for the ability of the tiger demon, accomplice to the tiger, Li Qingshan would have never believed in the myriad poison ancestor's loyalty. He did not explain too much right now either. You don't have to worry. I have my plans for this. Anyway, the myriad poison cult has fallen. Fire Melt Mountain will be next. Yes, Your Majesty. The cave masters dared not say anything else. Only the strong were worthy of respect. Yu Wufeng had no idea whether he should be happy for his sect in the distant South Sea or not. Their mortal enemy of several thousand years had actually been defeated just like that. However, the savage mountain that had risen up like a comet would probably be even more brutal. Li Qingshan arrived under the great banyan tree and sat down in a hidden tree hole. He told the banyan tree king everything that had happened in the Mirage Sea. However, he brushed over the many details of the nightmare in a vague manner. It was not that he did not trust the banyan tree king, but that was his deepest secret. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, the banyan tree king fell silent as if he was thinking about something. For a moment, there was only the rustling of the canopy in the wind. Quite a while later, just now sighed in amazement. Originally, I was worried that you would encounter danger in the Mirage Sea, but I didn't think it would be a blessing in disguise. Looks like I've wasted my efforts. I will never forget Senior's care and concern, said Li Qingshan. Even though there were many deceptions, the banyan tree king was doing it for his own good. No, this is your fortune, and it's what you deserve. That oxen, no, that Senior has a discerning eye. I believe that one day you'll be able to reunite with him. In their many years of association, the banyan tree king had vaguely guessed the existence of oxen. However, he had always doubted Li Qingshan's ambitions. Only at his level did he understand just how distant that place was. However, after hearing about Li Qingshan's experiences in his dream, he felt that perhaps he really could reach that step. His persistence was not the kind of stubbornly stubborn persistence. Instead, it often gave people a feeling that it did not matter. It was as if even if he could not reach beyond the heavens, it was not a big deal. However, as long as he was still alive, he would continue. Even if he failed in the end, he could still smile calmly and say that he had no regrets. I hope so. Li Qingshan shrugged. But I'm very curious. Has the Clam King of Mirage Sea ascended? If she survived the fourth heavenly tribulation and did not ascend, wouldn't she be invincible? Didn't she already tell you? Shunming Dai. What flew away was naturally her dream, said the Banyan Tree King with a smile. In other words, her true body is still in this world. Li Qingshan was surprised. For her, perhaps dreams are the real thing, said the Banyan Tree King. All right then. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to defeat her. Li Qingshan's resentment was very deep. You don't have to worry about that. The world of the 9 provinces has its own laws. Let alone an ascender, even visitors from a higher world will be restricted by these laws, or even suppressed by the entire world. Only those who have reached that senior's level can completely ignore them, said the Banyan Tree King. Though her power is far too wondrous. Even if she's only at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, she can still turn the dragon province upside down. Hopefully, that fellow fox can suppress her. The Banyan Tree King seemed to have a deep understanding of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's madness. He expressed his worry for the future. Once she began messing around, the situation would probably deteriorate to a point where even his intelligence could no longer predict it. After a deep conversation with Li Qingshan, he said, since you've subdued the myriad poison ancestor, you can get him to talk to Ru Xian. After all, there are some things that everyone specializes in. I'm not omniscient. Really? What's she doing exactly? She's acting so mysterious. Sai, you better wait for her to tell you herself. Chapter 839. In the gloomy dwelling, Li Qingshan carefully avoided the bottles and jars beneath his feet. A strange smell permeated the air, and it was a mess everywhere. It differed drastically from her usual neat and tidy style. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out from the depths of the dwelling. Li Qingshan flew in and saw Ru Xian standing there in white. The cry had come from right in front of her. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder, and Ru Xian turned around, revealing an extremely vicious green face, which frightened Li Qingshan. However, he immediately saw that it was just a bronze mask. What are you doing? Li Qingshan grumbled and looked in front of her. A fire devourer was firmly trapped on the stone pedestal. His belly had been cut open, revealing his organs. In particular, a bright red heart shone with red light. Ru Xian currently held a small bottle in her hand, pouring some unknown liquid onto the heart. The fire devourer's cries became even more intense. Several dozen crystal coffins stood in the surroundings of the dwelling, with several dozen fire devourers in them. There were men and women, young and old. Their eyes were firmly shut, and they were still breathing. Ru Xian's hand trembled, and she poured the liquid in the small bottle onto the fire devourer. In a single moment, the fire devourer stopped screaming, and a grayish-white layer enveloped him. Why have you come? Ru Xian's voice rang out from behind the bronze mask. It seemed rather chilling. I've come to see what you're doing. What are you wearing this for? Li Qingshan gazed at Ru Xian. He just felt like she was a little different from usual right now. It's just a gas mask. I found it from the myriad poison ancestor. If you have nothing to do, then go play by yourself. Don't disturb me. Ru Xian waved her hand impatiently. What's this supposed to be? A human experiment? Li Qingshan knocked the fire devourer on the stone pedestal, and discovered that his body was as tough as rock. Even his blood had congealed. He clicked his tongue. What strange and violent toxicity! With your intelligence, it would be hard for you to understand even if I told you. Ru Xian spread her hands and shook her bronze head. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my intelligence. Li Qingshan was enraged. It was one thing for the Mirage CCC monarch to call him an idiot, but he wouldn't stoop to the level of a lunatic. It wasn't easy for him to get home, but he was still going to be scolded. Too bad you don't have either. Li Qingshan simply ignored her and paced around the dwelling. He knocked on the crystal coffin and weighed the bottles and jars in his hand. He vaguely understood something and asked, "You want to poison Fire Melt Mountain?" "No, it's not poison, it's a disease or a virus," Ru Xian said. What virus? Li Qingshan asked. It's a vicious plague that's highly contagious. There are currently 2 directions. One is to turn into stone like this. There's another type of body that keeps heating up until there's a bang sound. Ruexian gestured with her hands. There was a hint of fervor in her voice, and her eyes shone with fiery light. Combined with her vicious bronze mask, she gave off a dark aura. Are you all right? Li Qingshan asked in concern. Although he wanted to breach Fire Melt Mountain and steal the divine Wutong tree, he wanted to take down Fire Melt Mountain and take the divine Wutong tree, but he did not want her to go crazy like Shenmeng Dai. I've never been better, Ruexian said. Then, can the fire-devouring kings contract this disease? Li Qingshan asked. Of course not. It can only infect fire devourers who have undergone the first heavenly tribulation at most. Then what's the point? It won't be able to harm the core force of Fire Melt Mountain at all. Don't tell me you're just going to wait for these powerful fire devourers to all die of old age? I can't wait that long, Li Qingshan said. I said you're brainless and you still won't admit it. Once I create this disease, I can sell it to the Crystal Palace, which is the royal court of the merfolk, in exchange for a great deal of benefits. What do you think the Crystal Palace will do after they get their hands on it? They'll definitely use it. They're mortal enemies after all. If this disease really is as powerful as you say, it'll be enough to sever the foundation of Fire Melt Mountain, Li Qingshan said. Although other folk all possess great talent for cultivation, most of them had not undergone the first heavenly tribulation or undergone the first heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for them to not use a weapon of mass destruction like this after obtaining it. All they had to do was wait for Fire Melt Mountain to be destroyed. Do you think Fire Melt Mountain will just sit and wait for death? No, they can't think that far ahead. Anger and hatred will make them lose their rationality. Unlike the countless wars in the past, this will be a war of annihilation. Ruexian smiled. The 2 races had been at war for many years. They had both won and lost, but no matter who won, as long as they returned to their own territory, the other party would struggle to pursue them due to the geography. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain and the Crystal Palace had actually never been attacked. It was almost impossible for experts at the level of the Merfolk King and the Fire-Devouring King to die. Once they had the geography, it was very possible for them to turn the tables. As a result, the plan to borrow the power of the Merfolk of the South Sea to take down Fire Melt Mountain seemed simple, but it was actually nowhere near that simple. No matter how deep the grievances between the 2 races were, they would never take this risk. He would probably still have to take action, but it would be very easy for him to be used as cannon fodder by the Merfolk. Li Qingshan had worried about this before, but he believed in Little Anne's plan, so he had never looked into it too deeply. Only now did he find out that such a vicious scheme had actually been prepared right under his nose for a very long time. Perhaps it could also be described as an open scheme. As long as this virus did exist, it was impossible for the Merfolk of the South Sea to not use it. They would go to war the moment they used it. If this progressed smoothly, he did not even have to face the Fire-Devouring King. All he had to do was wait for the Fire Devourers and Merfolk to fight to the bitter end. There was basically no risk at all, and he could even benefit a lot from the Merfolk of the South Sea. He also understood why the Banyan Tree King would admit that his abilities were limited, and get him to introduce the myriad poison ancestor to Ruexian. He had always been the guide and protector of the demons and other folk of the Mist Province. Although the Fire Devourers never gave a damn about anyone, he did not want to carry out this vicious scheme. Even the person in charge of this matter, Li Qingshan, found this to be far too vicious. His main conflict with Fire Melt Mountain was still an irreconcilable conflict of interest. He wanted to see who was stronger. His hatred was concentrated on the Fire-Devouring King and the group of core experts of Fire Melt Mountain. Of course, he would not be soft-hearted and pursue some methods of justice. If a battle really broke out on Fire Melt Mountain, just the shockwaves of the battle could kill thousands of fire devourers. There was no need for him to pretend to be merciful. He was more worried about the woman in front of him. He could imagine that she had been waiting for this day ever since the day she joined the School of Medicine. The plan is very good, but don't be too hasty. If it really doesn't work out, there are still other ways. Being impatient is a great taboo for cultivation. Don't forget why your master gave you this name. I won't forgive anyone, Wuxia said resolutely. Yeah. I don't really agree with your master's methods either. Treating and saving people is a very good thing, but how can you not get revenge when there's a grudge? Though don't let hatred take over everything. We have to happily take revenge to our heart's content. Li Qingshan pressed down on her shoulder and gently removed the bronze mask from her face. Her jade-like face was clearly filled with unprecedented pain and weakness. She glanced past the crystal coffins in a daze as if she could not look straight at them. I don't know them at all. If that's the case, what's the difference between me and the people I hate? Healers were like parents. No matter how much hatred there was, no matter how vicious his tongue was normally, Wuxia still taught her a benevolent heart. Chapter 840. What a great demon! Wuxia smiled. Then aren't you a great demoness? Don't we just happen to make a pair? Li Qingshan pursed his lips and gazed at her smiling face. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her slightly curved red lips. A vicious bronze mask blocked his way. He smiled and kissed the mask gently again. He felt her shoulder tremble. Emerging from the dwelling, Li Qingshan basically understood Wuxia's intentions for coming to the south. However, he had no idea why she had developed such grievances with the fire devourers. It did not seem to be just because of the old grievances between the two races. And not only did she refuse to return to the South Sea, but she even schemed against the merfolk. Clearly, she did not have a sense of belonging. This grievance was clearly so deep, yet in the beginning, she had instead advised him not to become enemies with Fire Melt Mountain. She would rather take the risk herself than let him take part, which left him both touched and helpless. However, he still chose the path of becoming enemies with Fire Melt Mountain in the end, which meant they were still in the same boat. Her plan for revenge increased his chances of taking down Fire Melt Mountain. However, if he wanted to carry out the plan, he would have to wait until she underwent the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Although he had the myriad poison ancestors' full assistance, going as far as to use the resources of the cult to refine viruses and increase her cultivation, it would probably take several years. To cultivators, this period of time was not long, nor was it short. It was worth it to deal with a colossal existence like Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan obviously would not waste this precious period of time. He decided to enter secluded cultivation for a while so that he could consolidate his experiences in the Mirage Sea and Dream. As a result, he handed over some matters to the 10 cave masters and spent some time with Yi Liusu and her sister before returning to the hall. Before long, Little N arrived in the hall too. She had already passed on the scripture of the Ghost King to the myriad poison ancestor in its entirety, but it would obviously take quite a lot of time for him to truly become a ghost cultivator. As a result, she simply let him return to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. Once he had completely become a ghost cultivator, he would return and await orders. Everything that happened on Savage Mountain obviously had to be kept a secret. He had to continue acting as an enemy and serve as a hidden pawn. As a result, the war between Savage Mountain and the myriad poison cult suddenly began and ended, leading to all sorts of speculations in the outside world. However, the myriad poison ancestor was still alive after all, or it would have been impossible for him to hide from the heavenly secrets. Everyone thought he was in secluded cultivation, waiting for another opportunity for revenge. Even the king of Southern you never thought he would actually be defeated in an open battle and have his body destroyed, let alone become a servant. Naturally, they thought that Li Qingshan would not have an easy time in the southern border with such a great enemy. There was no need for him to personally suppress him anymore. All he could see was whether Li Qingshan would ask the monastery for reinforcements or not. A few months later, sure enough, the king of Southern you received news that Li Qingshan had obtained the Golden Hawk commander's permission to return to the Green Province silently. Li Qingshan flew through the air, gazing at the Green Province that he had been away from for a very long time. He obviously did not return to ask for reinforcements from the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but because a communication jade in his Sumera ring had suddenly shattered. Although there were many methods of communication in this world, many of them were either ineffective from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or they were extremely difficult and costly, making communication extremely inconvenient. In times of emergency, he could only use this primitive method to send messages. Communication jades were divided into yin and yang. Once one shattered, the other would shatter too. Li Qingshan had a total of 4 communication jades like this, each representing different things. One was with Han Qiongji, telling her to contact him if there was anything urgent. One had been given to him by the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He said he would give him a gift when he underwent the tribulation and ascended. One was given to Begonia. Originally he wanted to use it to ask for reinforcements, but now it had become a remembrance. The last one was given to Chu Danqing. Back then, he had agreed to contact Li Qingshan once the 3 Absolutes calligraphy was repaired. The one that had shattered right now was Chu Danqing's. It had been several years since they last met, and Chu Danqing had never contacted him. Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this. He guessed he probably could not repair an arcane treasure like that with his cultivation. Now that he had suddenly contacted him, even Li Qingshan had no idea whether he had completed the repair or just given up on it. The 3 Absolutes calligraphy was different from regular arcane treasures. Not only did it contain a powerful path of the sword, but it was also connected to the secret of the painting tomb. It was even very likely for it to be crucial to killing the Dragon King of the Sea. It held great significance to Li Qingshan, which made him rather nervous and eager. Although he was in a hurry to find out the outcome, he did not use his demonic abilities along the way out of caution. Instead, he purposefully gave off a hint of Li Qingshan's aura. When he left the Mist Province, he even specially reported it to the Hawkwolf Guard so that no one could find fault with it. However, with his current cultivation, he traveled day and night without stopping, so he did not move slowly. A few days later, he returned to the territory of the Rui Commandery. He arrived in a mountain forest with beautiful scenery and dense spiritual qi. He knew this was where Chu Sherdao cultivated in peace in the past. Danqing, I'm here. Li Qingshan arrived before the formation and called out. Only a while later did the formation open, letting Li Qingshan in. All he saw was a few thatched huts sitting on the white, sandy embankment beside the Lake of Jade. They seemed simple, but they merged with the surrounding scenery, forming a natural and harmonious picture. However, the surroundings of the thatched huts were overgrown with weeds, drowning out the path. It seemed extremely desolate. Clearly, it had been a very long time since anyone had taken care of it. Li Qingshan's face sank. The dwelling held great significance to Chu Danqing, yet he actually did not have the time to take care of it. Thump. 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 Li Qingshan knocked on the door. Qingshan, there's no need to be so polite. Come in. A weak voice rang out from behind the door. It was so feeble that it seemed like it could snap at any time. Li Qingshan pushed open the door and entered. A person currently sat on the couch in front of the window. When he saw the person, he could not help but be taken aback. He said in surprise, Danqing, how did you become like this? Chu Danqing was not a handsome man like Hua Sengzan, but he was still delicate and handsome, standing out from the crowd. However, his face was covered in wrinkles right now, and his eyes were turbid. His hair was grayish-white, and his skin was dry and pale. He seemed to have aged several decades. At that moment, Li Qingshan basically believed he was looking at Chu Sherdao. He did not even look as good as Chu Sherdao. More importantly, he had undergone the first heavenly tribulation a long time ago and become a foundation establishment cultivator, but his aura was so feeble right now that he seemed like a qi practitioner who had not even condensed a sea of qi. Seeing Li Qingshan, Chu Danqing stood up in excitement. He trembled so much that he almost fell over. Tears flowed out of his eyes, and his mouth opened and closed, but he could not make a sound. Don't be in such a hurry to speak. I told you to restore the 3 Absolutes calligraphy, so you didn't have to end up like this. Li Qingshan hurriedly went forward to support him. He channeled a wave of spiritual qi into his body, and felt that his cultivation had regressed greatly. Even his soul had been injured. He was in a worse state than Millipede, who had self-detonated his Yao core. Chapter 841. Li Qingshan was alarmed and treated him in a hurry. This man had probably done it just to watch. After saying his last words, he left. A while later, Chu Danqing finally woke up slowly. He let out a long sigh. Qingshan, you've really made things difficult for me. This blessing is just too great. I basically can't take it anymore. I almost lost my life. Why is it that I've made things difficult for you? And it's too great of a blessing. Didn't you repair it quite smoothly in the past? Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. This is the work of the 5 Absolutes Immortal. It's not just a simple patchwork. If it weren't for Master's many years of guidance, if it weren't for my jade blood of vermilion and black, I wouldn't even know where to start. Do you know how I've spent the past few years? The amount of blood I've used is enough to fill an entire pond. However, this is also a great blessing. It's allowed me to witness the true path of painting. It's just too shocking. I really don't know whether I should hate you or love you. Chu Danqing alternated between melancholy and excitement. In the end, he looked at Li Qingshan sorrowfully. If you have to choose one, you better hate me. Li Qingshan could not take it anymore. Take it. Chu Danqing took out a painting scroll from his 100 treasures pouch with great reluctance, and passed it to Li Qingshan with his eyes closed. Li Qingshan unfurled the 3 Absolutes calligraphy slowly, revealing a sword that was pitch black like ink. The sword's design was simple and imposing, but it was not particularly special. It did not give off any sword intent either. It was deep and restrained, giving nothing away. He could not help but praise, "What a sword!" Chu Danqing said, "Although it's called the 3 Absolutes calligraphy, it's divided into primary and secondary. I've already achieved something with the path of the sword, so I'm no weaker than regular sword cultivators. Even if I go to the Sword Collection Palace, I'll be able to become an inner disciple." Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed eagerly, refining the 3 Absolutes calligraphy again. In that moment, sword chi flowed in reverse, and sword intent pierced his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the ink sword would split into thousands of pieces at times, forming a profound sword formation. At other times it would merge as one, pointing at the sky and drawing the ground. Li Qingshan was prepared. The spirit tortoise pressed down. Over the past few months of cultivation, he had looked back on the various things in his dream, especially his miserable life. Although it was impossible for it to be as deep as what he had experienced in real life, he still gained some comprehension. The spirit turtle was only inferior to the ox demon and tiger demon, so he had benefited as well. His aura became even more tranquil and distant. On the other hand, the weakest phoenix's scripture of Nerva did not benefit much. Could not be helped. Li Qingshan's temperament was the most compatible with the ox demon and tiger demon, and he did not lack the tranquility and forbearance of the spirit turtle either. However, he really was not interested in the phoenix's noble heart. What benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust? Why should people be bound by so many restrictions in their lives? What did it mean that they would not perch unless they were on a parasol tree, that they would not drink unless they were on a spring, that they would sleep on weeds when they were tired, and that they would drink from the yellow river when they were thirsty? What was the point of fussing over so much? His progress in the Phoenix Sutra of Nirvana had always been very slow. Even mastering the first and second stages was extremely difficult. It wasn't just a matter of balancing fire and water. The sword intent of the 3 Absolutes calligraphy was powerful, but it was an item without a master after all. It could not be more powerful than the myriad poison ancestor soul nascence, so he suppressed it without much effort. As for sword chi, it went without saying. After reaching the 5th layer of the ox demon, his body had become extremely tough. He guided the sword chi into his meridians before forcing it out through the acupoints all over his body. With a swoosh, a streak of blood appeared on Chu Danqing's face. He jumped in fright and turned around to run. Behind him sword chi crisscrossed. Right now, he only had the cultivation of a chi practitioner. If he was hit by any of the sword chi, it would be fatal. If he were to die to the sword chi of the three absolute scripture after spending so many years of effort to repair it, that would be a great injustice. With a splash he leapt into the lake. Li Qingshan refined the three absolutes calligraphy and arrived by the lake. He looked at the drenched Chu Danqing and smiled. What are you afraid of? Am I supposed to harm you? I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself when you refine it. Chu Danqing crawled out awkwardly. Suddenly he remembered something, and his face changed. A gentle breeze blew past, and the weeds around the thatched hut drifted away. Afterwards, the thatched hut shattered silently. Li Qingshan, pay me back. How is it? Isn't it about the same as before? It's been so many years since I've done any work, but my skills haven't rusted. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and gazed at the newly built thatched hut by the lake in satisfaction. It's not the same at all. Chu Danqing's voice was close to wailing. The thatched hut personally built by the king of savages was rather well behaved, but its picturesque artistic conception had been completely destroyed. And the items in the thatched hut were not particularly precious, but they were all Chu Shidao's belongings. Even Chu Danqing's childhood memories had been reduced to smithereens by the whistling sword chi. I've spent quite a lot of effort too. During this time I've already slaughtered quite a few golden core cultivators. At least nod your head. Alright, I'll apologize to you. But people always have to look forward. Let's take a look at your injuries. Li Qingshan channeled spiritual chi and fed him tree sap. He didn't hesitate to use all sorts of elixirs and miraculous medicines to finally stabilize Chu Danqing's injuries. However, if he wanted to recover his original cultivation, he would still need to recuperate slowly. Moreover, it would be very difficult to make up for the lost lifespan. Danqing, it's been hard on you these past few years. Here's a toast to you. Under the bright moon in front of the thatched hut, Li Qingshan smiled and raised his cup. The power of the three absolutes calligraphy was even greater than he had imagined. The five absolutes immortals' handiwork was indeed extraordinary. In terms of pure destructive power, this might be the strongest artifact he had ever obtained in his life. Furthermore, there was a complete set of sword Dao that was even stronger than the soaring dragon sword Dao. I've also benefited greatly. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you instead. I've even made you spend so many elixirs. Chu Danqing's appearance had mostly recovered. However, his hair was already gray, and he looked much older. He had calmed down from the grief and indignation of the thatched hut being destroyed. He felt that what Li Qingshan said made sense. Although he had placed his memories on it, it was still an inanimate object in the end. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had taken out many precious elixirs to treat his injuries. This made him feel a little embarrassed. The two of them drank to their heart's content until the moon was high in the sky. Then they talked about the painting tomb again. Chu Danqing only said that there was no rush and that it wouldn't open so soon. When the painting tomb opens, you'll definitely get what you want. Although Li Qingshan was a little tipsy, he could vaguely sense that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chu Shidao probably did not ask him to help Chu Danqing just to deal with his senior brothers and sisters. Although the painting tomb was a secret, it had a wide influence. Chu Shidao's cultivation was not very high, so he did not seem to have the right to monopolize such a secret. Moreover, there were countless descendants of the school of painting who were stronger than him. Which one of them did not want to explore the painting tomb? It was a great fortune. Chu Shidao held this secret, and his disciples who had betrayed him also knew that he held this secret. The fact that he was able to die of old age meant many things in itself. After experiencing all sorts of things, or rather after attaining a higher cultivation, Li Qingshan saw things even further. It would be fine if it was just a few descendants of the school of painting, but there was a hidden worry. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. He seemed to be inextricably linked to the five absolutes immortal. Chapter 842. Alright, let's go in and take a look together when the time comes. Chu Danqing's face was bright red. The dark chaos voice gradually faded away, falling asleep on the stone table. Danqing, Li Qingshan called out a few times, but he received no response. He shook his head with a smile and left behind another bottle of pills and a communication jade before flying off into the horizon. Standing in the sky, his clothes ruffled in the fierce wind. The moonlight illuminated the cloud mountains nearby and far away. He gazed in the direction of the clear river prefecture and thought to himself, from the letters from a few months ago, Qiongji should be in secluded cultivation right now. She'll only emerge after another half a year. Even if I go, I won't be able to see her. Just visiting father-in-law Han is pointless. Although he wanted to visit Begonia, she had never contacted him. Either she was still in secluded cultivation and had not undergone the tribulation yet, or she had successfully undergone the tribulation but had no intention of seeing him. Regardless of which it was, there was no need for him to specially pay a visit. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he probably needed no one to disturb him right now. After much thought, Li Qingshan still decided to return to the Mist Province first. A member of the Myriad Poison cult. The door to the hall swung open loudly, and chilly winds surged out, sweeping up the dark green poisonous flames. An old man emerged from the hall. His expression was cold and his aura surged. Master, you've emerged. Congratulations on reaching a new level of cultivation, Master. Qian Liangmu rushed over in a hurry and bowed like he was overjoyed. He could vaguely sense that the Myriad Poison ancestor had become slightly different. His bearing seemed even more sunken and wispy. If the King of Southern Yu were present, he would definitely be able to tell that the Myriad Poison ancestor had become a ghost cultivator with a single glance, but Qian Liangmu was still lacking in insight. You've contributed greatly during this period of time. I'm going on a long journey, so you'll be in charge of the Myriad Poison cult from today onwards. I hope there'll be a day when you undergo the third heavenly tribulation and inherit the position of cult leader, bringing glory to our Myriad Poison cult, the Myriad Poison ancestor ordered. Qian Liangmu was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Now that he no longer had any competitors among his peers, there was no need for him to waste his efforts on fighting openly and covertly anymore. He could focus on cultivation. Although the cult had lost many disciples, they could slowly recover as long as he spent some time. The Myriad Poison cult's disaster was not necessarily a bad thing for him personally. Liangmu will never forget Master's kindness. I am willing to go through fire and water for Myriad Poison cult. Qian Liangmu expressed his loyalty, but he was also secretly worried. If the Myriad Poison ancestor told him to go to the King of Southern Yu's estate and ask for reinforcements to deal with Savage Mountain, then it would be troublesome. He did not want to clash with Li Qingshan right now. The Myriad Poison ancestor glanced at Qian Liangmu deeply, and the green flames in his eyes surged. Very good. That's enough for me. You better tidy up the affairs of the teaching first. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Qian Liangmu exhaled in relief. When he raised his head again, the Myriad Poison ancestor had already turned into a streak of green light and vanished into the horizon. Although he was very curious about where the Myriad Poison ancestor was going, since the Myriad Poison ancestor refused to tell him, he was afraid to ask around carelessly. He guessed that the Myriad Poison ancestor wanted to find a way to exact revenge on Savage Mountain. The Myriad Poison ancestor flew 500 kilometers to the west and erased his aura, silently arriving on Savage Mountain. Before he could even report his arrival, the Banyan Tree King had opened the formation and let him in. The Myriad Poison ancestor stepped into Savage Mountain and bowed towards the towering Banyan Tree King first before sighing inside. He's actually gotten the Banyan Tree King to control the formations and watch over the entrance. It's no wonder I couldn't breach it back then. The king already possesses such cultivation in his 30s, so he possesses great fortune. I've really been asking for trouble by opposing him. However, being able to follow him now can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, and I've even obtained a secret technique for ghost cultivators like the scripture of the Ghost King. Yu Wufeng was cultivating in his residence when he suddenly felt uneasy. It was like a ferocious beast had entered his courtyard while he was sleeping. He stood up and arrived outside the dwelling. He saw the old man in green robes in the valley and could not help but widen his eyes. He cried out, "The myriad poison ancestor!" There was a flash of green light, and the myriad poison ancestor arrived before him. His eyes flickered with a poisonous light. "So it's little dog you of the sword pavilion. You've seen the ancestor, so why don't you drop to your knees and kowtow? Do you want to die?" Yu Wufeng said nothing more. He merged with his sword, turning into a streak of fogbow light and retreating rapidly. The myriad poison ancestor followed him like a shadow, tailing him relentlessly. After becoming a ghost cultivator, he was even faster than before. He snickered viciously and prepared various killing moves, which made Yu Wufeng feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Yu Wufeng originally believed that with the arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, and his cultivation at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation, he could easily stay alive even if he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Only now did he discover just how great the difference between them was. By staying alive, he had immediately mounted his sword and fled when he saw the myriad poison ancestor from afar. Now that the myriad poison ancestor had closed in on him, he was on the verge of death at any moment. "All right, myriad poison, stop messing around with him." A voice suddenly rang out, plain and dignified. "Yes, my king." The myriad poison ancestor's expression immediately became respectful, stopping his pursuit of Yu Wufeng. Only after flying a certain distance away did Yu Wufeng stop. He was filled with disbelief. Just who could order a great cultivator around like a servant? The person who spoke happened to be Li Qingshan, while the myriad poison ancestor had already arrived before Li Qingshan. "Be careful, my king," Yu Wufeng called out. The myriad poison ancestor was definitely not someone who would listen to orders obediently. As a matter of fact, he would kill whoever was ordering him around. "Shut up, puppy." The myriad poison ancestor's lips moved, and Yu Wufeng felt like he had just heard a clap of thunder. He was shaken up, but an even more shocking sight unfolded before him. The myriad poison ancestor bowed towards Li Qingshan before standing with his arms by his sides, like an old caretaker facing his only master in this life. He was gentle, polite, and respectful, without the slightest hint of viciousness. At this moment, the other cave masters heard the disturbance too, emerging from their respective dwellings. When they saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had only said the myriad poison ancestor had joined their side. In the best-case scenario, he had just made some sort of deal, allowing the myriad poison ancestor to let go of his hatred of destroying his sect. Never did they think the myriad poison ancestor would actually submit to Li Qingshan. They basically doubted their eyes or something. "It's fine. You can go back and cultivate," Li Qingshan said before turning to the myriad poison ancestor. "Let's go in and talk in detail. How much of your cultivation have you recovered?" Li Qingshan asked after arriving in the 8-point hall. The myriad poison ancestor said, "It's all thanks to Sir Little Anne's scripture of the Ghost King that I've recovered around 80%. I've already completely become a ghost cultivator. I can now be known as the poison-assimilating Ghost King. If I continue to comprehend and cultivate, it's not impossible for me to recover 100%. The scripture of the Ghost King could be regarded as a peak cultivation method for ghost cultivators in this world. It was a secret technique of the Umbral Een sect. After becoming a ghost cultivator, before recovering all of his strength, there was even an opportunity for him to pursue a higher realm of cultivation. Chapter 843. However, that was already enough for Li Qingshan. Not only was the myriad poison ancestor's cultivation higher than his, but his strength was also greater too. If it were not for Little Anne's sneak attack in the past, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he probably still would not have been the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Even if his cultivation had advanced further now, his chances of victory would not be higher than 30% if they fought alone when they knew each other's strength. As a result, Li Qingshan was already extremely satisfied with a lackey like this. After asking a few more questions, he sent the myriad poison ancestor to Ru Xian's place to help out before turning to Little Anne. How's your comprehension of the three absolutes calligraphy going? The path of the sword it contains is utterly wondrous. I still can't grasp it immediately. Little held the unfurled three absolutes calligraphy in his hand and focused on comprehending it. Even when the myriad poison ancestor entered, he did not divert his attention to glance at it. Why do I feel like I've basically grasped it with a single glance? You're still the smart one. Li Qingshan leaned over and glanced at the three absolutes calligraphy again. He really could not see anything else that he could comprehend, so he rubbed Little An's head and praised him. When he obtained the fragment of the three absolutes calligraphy in the past, he only treated it as a messy piece of calligraphy, but Little An was able to comprehend a sword style. His talent for comprehension was extraordinary, which was why he could see the even more intricate changes in the path of the sword. I'll teach you once I learn it. Little An smiled. Take your time. There's no rush. My demon dragon sword has been destroyed anyway. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. In his demon form, he did not need a treasured sword. A punch was enough. However, when he wanted to maintain his human identity, an arcane treasure weapon was still very important. He rubbed his chin and considered whether he should steal Yu Wufeng's fogbow sword or not. However, once he reached the South Sea, he still had to deal with the master of the sword pavilion. Perhaps he would need to borrow his strength, so there was no need for him to fall out with him over a sword. All he could do was wait until he returned to the Green Province and retrieve it from the Sword Collection Palace. Why don't you look for Yinqing and ask her to think of a way? Little An thought of an idea. What can she do? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Many of the militarist's strongest weapons originate from the Azura path. They are known as Azura divine armaments. They are different from ordinary magic treasures and artifacts. They are more suitable for close combat. Li Qingshan didn't know much about this. Little An had received the best education since he was young and had a wide range of knowledge. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of Yinqing's circular blade. It was hard to say if it was a magic treasure because it didn't have many variations, but in terms of toughness and sharpness, it was definitely not inferior to the demon dragon sword. If he could obtain an Azura sword of that level, it would be enough to make up for the loss of the demon dragon sword. Alright, I'll go ask her. Under the snowy mountain in the Azura field, there was a large vermilion gate and a large courtyard. In front of the gate stood 2 stone lions and a hitching stone. It didn't look like a cultivation abode, but more like a mortal's residence. Li Qingshan paced back and forth in front of the gate and clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't paid attention to Yinqing for a while, but she had already built such a building. Your Majesty, the general is waiting in the main hall. I will lead you there. An armored Azura said to Li Qingshan outside the gate. General? Hey, you really know how to play. Chapter 844. Just wait until the day your strength recovers. Don't say I don't keep my word. Li Qingshan said to Yinqing and immediately left the Azura field. He told Little An about his plans and Little An agreed. If we want this to go smoothly, I'll have to ask the Banyan Tree King. That was exactly what Li Qingshan was thinking, so he arrived under the great banyan tree. Fellow, I've something to trouble you with again. As long as you don't need me to help you charge through enemy lines, there's no need to hold back. Feel free to tell me. The Banyan Tree King also joked. Ever since Li Qingshan returned from the Mirage Sea, they had become a little closer. The Clam King of Mirage Sea undergoing the tribulation had clearly stirred up this Demon King of the Mist Province. However, after hearing Li Qingshan's request, the Banyan Tree King fell silent. Why do you ask this? With your wisdom, can't you guess? Li Qingshan said. You sure are a good match with that little girl. Both of you are tempted to destroy her entire clan. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Surely you don't have to protect even bone-eating shamans, fellow. It's not like they're demons. If they're humans, they feed on humans. Perhaps if they develop further, they can be regarded as other folk. Li Qingshan's target was the bone-eating shamans who had once hunted him down. Back then, he heard that there were many bone-eating shaman tribes scattered across the Mist province. There were even cities of bone-eating shamans, which was equivalent to a large group of cultivators. Bone-eating shamans were violent and bloodthirsty by nature, so their battle intent and killing intent went without saying. Using them to strengthen the Azura field would definitely be extremely effective. And the special tradition of bone-eating shamans eating humans ensured that they did not have many allies. It was impossible to kill one and create a whole horde of them, which would be beyond the point of no return in the end. It was basically perfect. Who knew how many bone-eating shaman tribes there were, scattered across the mountains and forests of the Mist province? Finding them would be far too troublesome, so he obviously had to ask the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King pondered for a moment. Bring me the map. Without a doubt, this had once again broken his principle of neutrality. However, there had never been an absolute neutrality. As a demon king, the Banyan Tree King was very clear about his position. Neutrality was established on the basis of power and balance. He was a towering tree that towered into the sky, not a grass on the wall that swayed back and forth. Li Qingshan immediately took out the mental map of the Mist province and got the Banyan Tree King's guidance. A while later, specks of light lit up on it. As a matter of fact, the brightness of the specks varied according to the strength of the bone-eating tribes. The brightest one was in the east of the Mist province. The Banyan Tree King emphasized the introduction. This is Bone-Eating City. There's a bone-eating shaman king watching over it. Coupled with the Chongqi totem they worship, they're equivalent to two great cultivators. Once they work together, they'll be even more powerful. If you're not confident, don't take action so easily. I understand, Li Qingshan said. Defeating a single myriad poison ancestor was already extremely difficult, let alone two. And he had defeated the myriad poison ancestor through a defensive counterattack. If he attacked the myriad poison cult, only death awaited him. However, Li Qingshan was rather tempted. If he could fight the bone-eating shaman king in the Azura field, he would gain another Azura commander at the very least, and he might even be able to break through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon. Now that he had gained a powerful helper in the form of the myriad poison ancestor, it would be far too much of a pity if he did not use him. He obviously had no chance of victory in a direct confrontation, but what if he drew the bone-eating shaman king out of his territory? If he, Little Anne, and a poison-assimilating ghost king rose up together, the outcome would be difficult to say. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and decided to go from weak to strong, taking things step by step. After discussing with Little Anne again, he gathered the 10 cave masters in the main hall on the main peak of Savage Mountain and issued an order. The points on the map are the bone-eating shaman tribes. Now I want you to go to these tribes. These bone-eating shamans even wanted to eat me back then? Li Qingshan smiled. He remembered what he had said to Wuxia recently, revenge 100 times over. Now it had basically come true. You wanted to eat me back then, but now it's my turn to eat you and all of you. However, there were far too many tribes of bone-eating shamans. They basically covered the entire Mist province. If Li Qingshan searched through them one by one, even if he destroyed one a day, it would still take him over 2 years. At this moment, the benefits of having subordinates were demonstrated. I wonder which tribe is so bold. I'll go destroy them right now. The gentleman of heavenly blubber expressed his loyalty loudly. He added inside, as long as it's not the largest and brightest speck of light, it's fine. The existence of the bone-eating shaman king is no secret. I've already destroyed that tribe back then. Li Qingshan shrugged. Then do you want us to slaughter these tribes, my king? The gentleman of heavenly blubber was secretly speechless. Originally, he believed he was already vicious, but compared to this king of savages, he was still nowhere close. Just because a bone-eating tribe had offended him in the past, he wanted to destroy all the bone-eating shaman tribes in the entire Mist province right now. No, I want you to bring back all these bone-eating shamans, and you can't kill a single one of them. Li Qingshan gazed at the mental map of the Mist province. He had already begun imagining thousands, no, 100,000 shamans gathered in the Azura field and slaughtering one another. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. It made the cave masters shiver. If killing them was not enough, were they supposed to capture these bone-eating shamans alive and torture them all over again? May I ask why exactly, my king? Yu Wufeng stood up. He did not believe Li Qingshan was that deviant. For forging artifacts. Alright, that's the last question. All of the spoils of this trip belong to you. Oh right, the bone-eating tribe all has a Chongqi totem. There's a skull behind the totem mural. I only want this. As Li Qingshan said that, he took out the spoils of war and displayed it. It still possessed heavy malice and malice. Li Qingshan had no need for malice, but malice was very useful, so he might as well collect it and study it. Even if he could not come up with anything, he could give it to Little and to refine. It would not go to waste. Yes, my lord. The 10 cave masters all thought to themselves, it's not like the bone-eating tribe is a cultivation sect, so how many spoils of war can there be? Although they were extremely reluctant, none of them were bold enough to say no. Right now they were no longer just bound by the blood oath. After witnessing the myriad poison ancestors' submission, they felt fear towards Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. After explaining the general plan, Li Qingshan sat back down on the throne. Little Anne, explain it to them in detail. There were so many places, some near and some far away, some strong and some weak. Who was in charge of where and how they were supposed to go? There had to be an overall and detailed plan in order to achieve the greatest efficiency. Yu Wufeng, you'll be in charge of this region. Apart from these points, Little Anne had a plan in mind and immediately began assigning tasks. She did not just consider the bone-eating tribes near and far areas, but even the cultivation of the 10 cave masters, their different abilities, and their speed were all taken into consideration. The ones she wanted the 10 cave masters to deal with were the weakest specks of light with the greatest number. These bone-eating tribes were all like the one Li Qingshan had destroyed in the past. They did not even have a single one who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. It felt a little like overkill, but according to what Li Qingshan had said, the Chongqi totem of these tribes all possessed the strength of demon generals. If they were stronger tribes, perhaps they would possess the strength of demon commanders, and the tribes would probably possess formations too. As a result, she decided to use the method of a lion hunting a rabbit to ensure the absolute smoothness and secrecy of the plan. As for the stronger tribes, they would personally deal with them. Actually, it would not be a waste of time like that, as there were extremely few of these stronger tribes. By the time they swept through all of these tribes, even the 10 cave masters might not necessarily be able to complete the mission. Sir Little Anne, how are we supposed to bring these people back? 100 treasures pouches can't hold living creatures. Although we can use techniques to trap them, it's far too conspicuous. How are we supposed to hide them? A cave master asked with a frown. Yeah, don't tell me we're supposed to use bug pouches or seals. Only a few people can fit in there. Don't tell me we're supposed to rush back and forth across several tens of thousand kilometers? Another cave master added. Tools that could hold living creatures did exist, such as bug pouches for nurturing insects and seals for taming beasts, but the space was extremely limited. They could not even hold a single shaman from the bone-eating tribe. Use Sumeru rings. Little Anne said expressionlessly. There was a qualitative difference between Sumeru rings and 100 treasures pouches. Although they could not create their own world like the Azura field, they could hold living creatures. But apart from the first cave master, second cave master and fifth cave master, we don't have any Sumeru rings here. Forging Sumeru rings was rather difficult, and to regular cultivators, a sufficiently large 100 treasures pouch was enough. Unless they were clans or sects with a very deep foundation, they would never waste materials to forge them, so they could be regarded as rather precious. And the cultivators of the Mist province were slightly poorer than the Green province on average. Li Qingshan had considered this a long time ago. He pressed his hand against the stone table and slid it across from left to right, leaving behind 5 Sumeru rings. After so many years of war, he had accumulated quite a bit. However, it had taken him quite a lot of effort to gather so many Sumeru rings. For the sake of this plan, he had removed both his and Little Anne's Sumeru rings, moving the items inside into his 100 treasures pouch, It was all thanks to the myriad poison ancestor. All of the cave masters' gazes were drawn over, and they sighed in amazement. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more reverent. He obviously would not be so bored as to collect Sumeru rings. Behind every single Sumeru ring was the death of a powerful cultivator. I'll lend them to you for now, but I'm still missing 2. Do you have any ideas? If you don't tell me the truth, you'll be breaking the blood oath. Li Qingshan refused to believe that there were so many people here that he could come up with no ideas. Sure enough, after he mentioned the blood oath, another cave master expressed that he had an arcane artifact similar to a Sumeru ring that could carry a few people. In the end, he gathered the bug pouches together and resolved this problem. Alright, you can set off according to the plan. I'll be waiting for the good news of your victory. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the 10 cave masters left with his orders. Let's go too. Chapter 845. Let's go with this place for our first stop. Li Qingshan pointed at a bright speck of light on the mental map of the Mist Province with his index finger. Under the bright sunlight, the dense green sea of trees rose and fell. The wide, thick leaves wove together to form a boundless green cloud. No matter how resplendent the sunlight was, it was unable to penetrate it. It was gloomy under the crisscrossing canopy of branches. A tree about 2,000 feet tall stood in the middle of the forest. The trunk of the tree was densely covered with tree holes like a beehive. Large, vicious-looking bone-eating shamans moved through it. Although they seemed like beasts, they clearly possessed an order and division of labor. When regular bone-eating shamans saw the lofty shaman priests, they had to lower their heads in respect. There were also the patrolling guards who glanced around with their sharp gazes. Of course, there were also hunters responsible for hunting. At this moment, a group returned. They obviously did not hunt anything else. Every single bone-eating shaman carried humans on their shoulders. Most of them were women. Some of them had fainted, so they could be considered as lucky. As for those who were conscious, they could only watch as the bone-eating tribe drew closer. They felt like they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, filled with fear and despair. The bone-eating shaman at the very front of the group was also the largest. Even with his hunched back, he was still as tall as 2 people. 2 long boar-like teeth protruded from the corner of his mouth, which was extremely eye-catching. Tusk let out a strange, excited roar. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. It could be described as a huge, gaping mouth. Countless roars rang out in the bone-eating tribe too, welcoming the returning hunters and the food they had brought back. The roars echoed through the dark forest. It was basically like living in hell. The woman on Tusk's shoulder could not endure the terrifying pressure anymore. She let out a hysterical shriek. Tusk turned around and let out a deterring growl, but the smell of blood and foul wind made the woman completely collapse. Her shriek became even more shrill. Tusk lost his patience. He bit off the woman's head in a single bite, crunching it to pieces. Brain juices flowed from the corner of his mouth as blood spurted from the severed neck. As if he had already eaten his fill from hunting, Tusk tossed the headless corpse far away, landing beside a group of small bone-eating shamans who played around. These small bone-eating shamans were only half the height of a grown man. Apart from their sharp teeth and claws, they clearly possessed many of the characteristics of humans. However, as soon as they saw the female corpse, they immediately rushed over viciously, tearing at one another and tearing at one another. They tore the female corpse to pieces and feasted on her. Tusk laughed aloud. The other bone-eating shamans laughed too. At this moment, a bone-eating shaman priest scolded Tusk a few times. Women were for reproduction. He had brought them back after so much difficulty, so how could he waste them like this? Fong did not dare to contradict him. He bowed his head and pleaded guilty. The strange laughter around him grew louder. The bone-eating shaman priest did not delve too deeply into the matter, ordering them to take the prey back. The laughter echoed in the forest for a long time, and the smell of blood lingered. The bone-eating shaman priest gazed at this and sighed from the bottom of his heart. What a peaceful day. Several dozen kilometers away, Li Qingshan heard the strange laughter that sounded like the roar of a wild beast. He said to Little and beside him, It should be right up ahead. Let me use the profound light illuminates all to take a look first. With a wave of his hand, the spirit turtle's profound shell illuminated the bone-eating tribe. Chapter 846. The towering tree shook violently. The whistling tornado poured in through the largest tree hole. The twisting and turning caves roamed through the entire bone-eating tribe, capturing bone-eating shamans one by one. Before this unstoppable ability, even the brutal bone-eating shamans let out cries of fear, drowned out by the wind. In the depths of the tribe, in a huge tree hole, the great shaman priest, who was only second to the tribe chief, danced in front of the totem murals in colorful clothes, chanting like he was singing. Even through the heavy door, the sharp whistle of the fierce wind passing through the cave still seemed to ring out clearly. The tree seemed to have become a flute, played by an invisible giant like it was a joke, but it was a disaster for the entire bone-eating tribe. The eyes of the monster in the totem suddenly lit up, producing a roar that drowned out the sound of the wind. Li Qingshan stood firmly on the huge branch. Of course, the branch was so large that even 10 people would struggle to wrap their arms around it. The young lady stood beside him quietly. Not only did the white lunar monk's robe not lose its color, but it also seemed even more clear and ethereal. Her unparalleled beauty had once been evaluated as a national beauty, but looking at her now, it seemed to be shallow and powerless. It was difficult to describe her true charm. Compared to what she was pursuing, what was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and overturn all living things? Qingshan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about my new ultimate move. I'll show you right now. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and decided to give it a try. He casually grabbed a bone-eating shaman from the Azura field, which happened to be Tusk. Before he could even understand what was going on, his entire mind was occupied by a pair of scarlet eyes. His viciousness completely turned into fear, and his body trembled like he was electrocuted. He seemed to want to flee, but he did not show much interest in submitting. As if it was different from what he had imagined, Li Qingshan's eyes widened, and he exerted a little more force. The veins on Tusk's vicious face bulged, wriggling about like earthworms. With a bang, his head exploded. Afterwards, his soul successfully turned into a haunt, nodding and bowing towards Li Qingshan. It's different. Little and smiled. The bone-eating shamans, who had almost been swept over by the breath, all stared blankly at their own safety. What's different? Li Qingshan said. Her smile made his heart skip a beat. The girl was becoming prettier and prettier. If she grew a little older, there really would be no one he had seen in his life who could match her. Brother Ox's cultivation method sure was wondrous. But apart from that, there was nothing else. In some aspects, he was indeed extraordinarily stubborn. Once he had made up his mind on a certain point of view, he would not change it. Little and explained. The divine soul and the physical body are completely different. If the divine soul is like water, then the physical body is like a cup filled with water. It's hard to say which is stronger and which is weaker. The water can be twisted at will, and the cup will shatter if it is violently twisted. Your supernatural power is to reshape the shape of the water, so to change the shape of the water, you must first break the cup. The ghosts of the hungry ghost realm could devour their own kind to strengthen themselves, but even the bone-eating shamans who ate humans required a conversion process. Moreover, the inner demons of ghosts were much larger than those of living creatures. Once they lost their stable bodies, it would be very difficult to restrain their thoughts. This was also the importance of a physical body. I see. Li Qingshan nodded. If it were not for the fact that his body had been destroyed, with the myriad poison ancestors' temperament and cultivation, even with the Clam King of Mirage Sea's assistance, why would he submit to someone else? Although he was rather disappointed, he had at least managed to understand the principle behind the tiger demon's supernatural power. It would be a little more wondrous when he used it in the future. This move is extremely effective against children. Whoever it stares at will die. I just wonder how effective it will be against true third heavenly tribulation experts. I'm not asking for too much. I just want a split second of absent-mindedness. In thought, Li Qingshan felt like calling the supernatural power, accomplice to the tiger, was no longer particularly appropriate, so he discussed it with Little and beside him. Little and said, "You comprehended this move in your nightmare. The enemies who fall for it will feel like they are trapped in a nightmare too. Let's call it the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye." Alright, let's call it the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye. Li Qingshan repeated it a few times and found it to be a good name. At this moment, another roar rang out from the tree hole. A Chongqi totem shaped like a black tiger with a pair of wings on its ribs rushed out of the tree hole under the great shaman priest's control. However, it was over 10 times larger than regular tigers, giving off heavy malice. However, Li Qingshan was rather disappointed. The Chongqi totem did not possess the strength of a demon commander like he had imagined. At most, it was a powerful demon general with a special bloodline. Clearly, even with an ancient secret technique, the tremendous difference between realms of cultivation could not be overcome so easily. I wonder if the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye is effective against totemic beasts like this? Li Qingshan wanted to give it a try without spending any money, so he used the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye and looked over. In the blink of an eye, Chongqi lunged right in front of him, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth and biting towards him. He glared at it, and it suddenly froze up, unable to move. Li Qingshan glared again and again, and Chongqi's colossal body began to twist and distort like smoke. Before long, it collapsed and dispersed. Arg, my eyes are sore. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes and decided that he would just use his abilities in the future. It was best if he did not glare too hard. Little and laughed again. Yeah, soulless objects can't be turned into haunts, but they don't have a physical body. Instead, they're an amalgamation of countless thoughts, so the effects are quite impressive. The gust of breath swept up the great shaman priest and tossed him into the Azura field. The entire bone-eating tribe was swept away, only leaving behind a few captured humans. They had no idea what was going on with their faces filled with fright, and there were even a few who had already become numb to despair. The gust of breath had clearly destroyed their prison doors, but not a single one of them was bold enough to flee. Li Qingshan ignored these people. Once they've stuck around long enough, they'll have to flee sooner or later. There's no need for them to repay him for saving my life. He drew in the last gust of breath, which swept up a few translucent skulls that seemed both human and beast. They were of much better quality than the one he obtained before. Little and stared at them from the side too. Li Qingshan smiled. "I'll give them to you once I'm done using them. Yep, those bone-eating shamans too. They'll all be used as firewood for you. Though I still need to think about how to absorb the malice inside. I have an idea." Little Anne's eyes swiveled around, and she came up with an idea. "You always have an idea." Li Qingshan pinched her cheek. It was soft and smooth to the touch, as if it was about to melt between his fingers. "I'm not a child anymore. Stop rubbing my head, pinching my face and my nose all day long." Little Anne glared at Li Qingshan. These actions that represented intimacy in the past only made her slightly jealous now. She had already recovered her memories as the princess. She was no longer that ignorant little ghost. However, because she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she did not seem any different. "In my eyes, you'll always be a child." Li Qingshan smiled. He reached over with his other hand and pinched her other cheek, rubbing her face that was known as a heavenly beauty around. "And you still want to kiss me?" Little Anne insisted that he admit to her charm. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been prepared for this a long time ago. "That's where you don't understand. Dreams are all inverted. If you want to kiss me in a dream, it means you don't want to kiss me in reality at all. Otherwise, would I want to wander around in the desert? You..." Little Anne was utterly infuriated by his rude and unreasonable quibble. All right. I want to kiss you, So fragrant." Li Qingshan immediately admitted defeat. He lowered his head and kissed her face a few times, rubbing her head. "Are you satisfied now?" You're brushing me off? And you're even rubbing my head. Little ancestor, stop making things difficult for me. Can't I even rub your head? Who told you to be shorter than me? You're the one who's too tall. I'm not short at all. Li Qingshan said, I'm just saying. Let's go. We still have a lot of places to go. Little An made up her mind. There would be a day when she would make him understand her charm. In the Azura field, the sounds of battle shook up the sky. On the snowy mountain, Yin Qing led a group of Azura, standing on the side of a cliff and gazing into the distance. In the very center of the Azura field, under the blood-red sky, thousands of bone-eating shamans slaughtered one another on the ground. Under the influence of the Azura field, every single one of them had become bloodshot. They could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. They only wanted to kill every living creature they saw. Murderousness surged into the air. The blood-red swirl in the sky slowly began to revolve. The Azuras all became restless. Unlike the Azura commander Yin Qing, who was tired of fighting and killing, they still maintained their exuberant battle intent. They requested to fight time and time again, but were all suppressed by Yin Qing. Although they did not dare to resist, they all looked dissatisfied. In the Azura realm, women had always been discriminated against, and Yin Qing's identity was an assassin, not a general. Coupled with the fact that she was injured now and her strength had declined, it made it even more difficult for them to accept her. Since you want to go, then go. A voice rang out from behind. Li Qingshan arrived beside Yin Qing. Yes, sir. The Azura rallied with vigor and all brushed past Li Qingshan, directly leaping off the cliff and falling into a cone-shaped battle formation, charging towards the battlefield in the distance. Battle was the meaning and slaughter was destiny. Even if they died in battle here, they could be reborn in the Azura realm. Men are still more suited for the battlefield after all. Though, my king, doesn't that mean I won't have anyone to order me around? Yin Qing glanced at Li Qingshan unhappily. Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like you're fighting anyone here, so what are you ordering so many people around for? Just stay here and watch the show. Didn't you say there were second heavenly tribulation existences among the bone-eating shamans? Why don't I see any? What kind of show is this? Yin Qing said. Although bone-eating shamans are brutal in nature, they've reached the second heavenly tribulation, so they already possess very powerful willpower. They won't be disturbed by the Azura field so easily. Releasing them now will only disrupt the battlefield. Moreover, if an Azura commander shows up later, can you win? I can't, Yin Qing said calmly. She had yet to recover from her wounds completely. Although assassins had to defeat those stronger than them, there was not a single weakling among Azura commanders. They would even surpass her in battle. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.